Un, deux, un, deux. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous tenir debout pour l'arrivée de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Cabo-Verde. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Cabo-Verde, Monsieur le Président de AFA, Association of African Football Agents, distingués invités, chers acteurs du football africain et international, chers agents de joueurs, chers partenaires, chers amis de la presse. Bon dia, bonjour et bienvenue, welcome everyone, à cette 4e édition de l'African Football Agents Conference. Je suis Nicolas Negos, MC et correspondant, grand reporter chez BBC News, et c'est un immense honneur pour moi de vous accueillir aujourd'hui au Cabo-Verde, terre d'excellence, d'ouverture et d'ambition, pour cette grande rencontre dédiée à l'avenir du football africain. 3 jours pour networker, apprendre et grandir, 3 jours pour créer de nouvelles opportunités. Le thème de cette édition, Bridging Innovation and Collaboration in African Football Ecosystem, with full compliance to Football Agent Regulation, c'est-à-dire créer des passerelles entre innovation et collaboration dans l'écosystème du football africain, dans le plein respect des réglementations encadrant les agents de football, un thème qui traduit parfaitement les défis et les ambitions du football moderne africain. Mais avant de rentrer dans le vif du sujet, mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever pour l'exécution de l'hymne national de la République du Cabo-Verde par nos charmants invités qui sont là. Voilà. Can you come with me for the anthem, the national anthem? On se tient debout et on applaudit, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Manuel Di Candigno, accompagné de Mademoiselle Darcia, s'il vous plaît.
Canta, irmão, canta, meu irmão, que a liberdade é o hino e o homem a certeza. Com dignidade em terra semente, no pó da ilha nua, no despenhadeiro da vida, a esperança é do tamanho do mar que nos abraça, sentinela de mares e ventos perseverantes entre estrelas e o Atlântico. Entoa o cântico da liberdade. Canta, irmão, canta, meu irmão, que a liberdade é o hino e o homem a certeza.
Merci à Miel Midinho et Adèle Marcia pour cette belle interprétation de l'hymne national du Cabo-Verde. Aujourd'hui, le football africain se transforme, il se professionnalise, il innove et il construit de nouveaux ponts entre talents, clubs, fédérations, agents, investisseurs et institutions internationales. Après le Nigeria en 2023, le Kenya en 2024, le Maroc en 2025, le choix du Cabo-Verde pour accueillir cette conférence est hautement symbolique. Nous en parlerons un peu plus tard avec son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, José Maria Neves. Mais avant d'accueillir son Excellence, je voudrais donner l'opportunité à l'association qui nous accueille aujourd'hui, au président de cette association, Monsieur Sodeke, de venir pour son opening speech. Monsieur Sodeke, sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, the President of the Cape Verde, I call you Dr. José Maria Neves. We are lucky to have you here today. Good morning, Honorable Fourth Vice President of CAF, Madam Beste. We are lucky to have you here today. Good morning, the former General Secretary of FIFA, Madam Fatma Samora. We are lucky and happy to have you here. Distinguished football enthusiast, member and staff of FIFA, member and staff of English FA, member and staff of CAF, and my dear colleagues, the media guys. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm not here to bore you. I'm just here to welcome everyone to this important gathering where we discuss a development of football across Africa. African Football Agent Association was founded in the year 2019, and since then we have been moving from glory to glory. African Football Agent Conference began in the year 2023. Today we are having the 4th edition, whereby we gather here in Cape Verde. We have done it in the Anglophone, Francophone, and we deem it fit to bring it to Portuguese-speaking African nation too. Maybe the next edition will be in Spanish-speaking African nation. We are doing this to bring everyone together. In Africa, we are one, and football brings us together. According to FIFA, football unites the world. So we are on that motto to unite everyone through football. Why are we here? African Football Agent Conference, the 4th edition. Special thanks to Maria, to the Iron Lady, Maria Tavares. She is the organizer of today's event. We have done well for ourselves, for football, and for Africa. So I will want this gathering to give her a beautiful round of applause, please. Thank you. On behalf of me and members of AFAC, Maria will say thank you. You have done well to bring this up. Now, AFAC has been in existence since 2019. Like I said, we have been moving from glory to glory. Like we are here today to celebrate the African football, to discuss the development of African football ecosystem, to develop the the profession of football agents. Football agents are, let me say, individual who sat and passed the FIFA agent exam, paid for his license. Then, as a license agent, you have to nurture the license every year. So, since 2023, we have been paying $300 annually just to nurture our license. So, and we didn't see the development in the profession in Africa. That's the major reason we began this conference, to say it out. In Nigeria, there is a saying in Nigeria that if you see something, say something. So we have seen the lapses in the agent profession in Africa. The laws, the regulation favor the European, the other confederation, but not the African. So we are discussing this matter every year. Maybe one day FIFA will listen to us. We don't want a situation whereby the best talent of Africa in our football will be exported to European football without we, the African, getting anything. It has been going on and on, year upon year. So this time around, we are bringing it to the ear of FIFA. You have to do something. Mr. Daniel, representative of FIFA here, please listen to us. We are pleading. This is a welcome address. I'm also addressing you. Thank you for coming. Lastly, in 2024, we signed a working MOU with FIFA as a sign of growth in our association. The MOU, which unify African football agents and FIFA to work together to harmonize the agent profession in Africa, to look for the loopholes. But we have been doing it, and we are still searching for the loopholes according to FIFA. But we have highlighted the loopholes, but they have not seen them yet. We hope maybe in 2026, after the World Cup, they will see the loopholes. Lastly, with your permission, sir, I want to bring in Daniel from FIFA to the podium to take a part of FIFA from the MOU officially. FIFA has not gotten their part physically, it's only electronically. But Daniel, could you please come forward and take your part? Autograph. Yeah, finally, Mr. President, thank you for coming. Your presence here shows that Cape Verde is really working in the development and growth of football. And let me say the whole sport, as this year marks a significant year in the life of the citizen of Cape Verde. They qualify for the World Cup for the first time. In the whereby we, the so-called the giant of Africa, we will shamefully be watching from the TV. Congratulations, sir. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for having me. See you.
Encore une fois, des applaudissements nourris, s'il vous plaît, pour Monsieur Michael Sodeke, président de l'Association des joueurs de football africain. Alors, on le salue déjà pour son engagement en faveur des footballs africains plus structurés, plus innovants et plus professionnels. Et on va poursuivre avec lui cette réflexion stratégique sur l'avenir du football africain, le rôle des agents licenciés FIFA et les ambitions du football capverdien sur la scène internationale, puisque M. Sodeke nous a préparé une keynote intitulée Cabo Verde Football Roadmap, Building the Path to FIFA World Cup 2026. La feuille de route du football capverdien construit le chemin vers la Coupe du Monde FIFA 2026. On applaudit encore M. Sodeke, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you for having me again. I'm stepping in for the president of the FRF, the president of the Football Federation of Cabo Verde. So, give me a second, please. Like I said earlier, we are here today because we see the growth in the football of Cape Verde, and we are here it's a foundation on bringing the AFAC 26 year is building upon the existing structure. The foundation was laid by His Excellency, the President of the Cape Verde. We see that it's a good one. That's why we are here. If you look at it for the last World Cup in Qatar 2022, we see what African did at that World Cup. An African team played from the group stage, second round of 16, quarterfinal, and to the semi-final. We later fought for third place, whereby we came fourth. It's not a surprise to me personally. I believe if we, the Africans, if we can work together, maybe in 2030, the next World Cup, we might be playing the final. If I ask you today to mention the top 10 best players in the world, there is no way you won't talk about 3 from Africa or 4 from Africa. Even the rest, the remaining 6, I can bet it, 3 from the remaining 6, we have African blood running in them. We are producing, and we keep on producing. We have produced great players, and we keep on producing. Come to Cape Verde. Football in Cape Verde is on the high side. Great investment, great ambition, good people, great nation, good structure, and good party. The president of the Football Federation of Cape Verde saw the vision, moved with the vision, step after step, and here we are today. We are playing in the World Cup. Sorry, I use we because today I'm your son. So I'm an African, so I belong to all Africa. We are playing in the World Cup. I personally I'm going to the World Cup to support Cape Verde. I've seen what they did in the AFCON, the last two AFCON. Cape Verde played very excellently. I believe we can do the same at the World Cup. It might be the first time, but we are African, we are warrior. We can fight. We can move mountain, and I believe we will do the same. Cape Verde football, we believe in the next 10 years, it will be better than this with the help of the government, putting in a good structure. Already we have infrastructural deficit in Africa, but we can do it. There is nothing wrong in having a football pitch in every city in Cape Verde. There is nothing wrong in having football pitch in every community in Cape Verde. In 2018, I was in Russia World Cup, and in my own community where I stayed, I noticed something in Moscow. At every community, there is a football pitch. At every community. We can replicate it in Africa too. I've begun to preach it in Nigeria, and it's working. So I'm saying it here today. His Excellency, you can do it for us, sir. As we are coming here this morning, I saw some guys. They dress like players. I think they are coming from their training, maybe, but I saw football in them. They want to play. The little child there, his dream is to play football. If you ask 100 of children, what do they like the most? Maybe 85% will say football. Football is growing now in Africa. Let's grow it together. Thank you.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup à Monsieur Malk Sodeke, premier supporter de l'équipe nationale du Cabo Verde pour le Mondial 2026. On l'applaudit encore, s'il vous plaît. Je profite de l'occasion pour saluer dans cette salle Monsieur Mario Semedo, président de la Fédération capverdienne de football. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, chers acteurs du football africain, à l'heure où le football africain connaît une transformation profonde, la question de la régulation et de la professionnalisation des agents de football devient plus essentielle que jamais. Vous l'avez compris dans l'exposé de M. Sodeke. Le développement du marché des transferts, la protection des joueurs, la transparence des opérations, ainsi que la conformité aux nouvelles réglementations internationales représentent aujourd'hui des enjeux majeurs pour nos fédérations et pour l'ensemble de l'écosystème du football africain. Dans ce contexte, la keynote que nous allons apprécier dans un instant nous invite à réfléchir à la mise en valeur, justement, des règlements nationaux sur les agents de football afin de renforcer la gouvernance locale, encadrer les activités des agents au niveau national et promouvoir les agents licenciés par la FIFA sur le continent africain. L'objectif est clair, bâtir un environnement plus structuré, plus éthique, plus transparent et plus durable pour les générations futures du football africain. Pour aborder cette thématique stratégique, nous avons l'honneur d'accueillir un représentant de la FIFA, M. Daniel Futus, qui va nous parler justement de la mise en œuvre des réglementations pour la régulation nationale, renforcer les réglementations nationales afin d'encadrer les activités domestiques des agents de football et promouvoir les agents licenciés FIFA en Afrique. Monsieur Futus, qui représente ici Monsieur Patricio Varela, FIFA Head of Agent Department. On l'applaudit, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Bom dia a todos os presentes. My name is, I will do the presentation in English then. My name is Daniel Freitas. I am here in representation of the FIFA Agents Department. Unfortunately, our head of the unit, Patricio Varela, couldn't be here for some logistical reasons, but I am stepping in on his behalf, and the current agenda was to talk about the implementation of the National Football Agents regulations. And what Patricio wanted me to emphasize in this case was that to basically talk about how these regulations on a national level are implemented and how we can do this, especially on a national level. Because we do know, and Michael has talked about this a lot, we currently have around 50, 55 countries that are part of CAF. And currently we only have around 5 countries which we have received the national regulations. This has been an ongoing debate in terms of how we implement this on a national level. So I'm just going to start with the presentation. So as I was saying, my name is Daniel. I'm here with the Agents Department. As an initial challenge that we had when we first implemented the regulations, the new FIFA football agent regulations in 2023, was for each national member association to implement their own regulations. From this point on, the national member associations could submit via our platform the regulations in accordance to our model. We provided a model for the national member associations to implement them on a national level, and they should implement them until a certain time. Of course, this practically and logistically was a little bit difficult in this sense, especially because we all know that the current regulations is currently under disputes, and to impose to the national member associations for them to have their own national regulations with a regulation that is currently not on its full force at the moment. It's a little bit complicated, but if you are curious, we do have a dedicated section on our website inside FIFA where we do specify which countries have currently their national regulations. If we look into, there is a specific section for CAF, and right now the current situation is we have regulations from Algeria, Cameroon, South Africa, Tanzania, and Togo. We are aware that there are other countries that might have their own national regulations, but the procedure in order for us to actually publish this on the website is to enter in contact with us directly, so we can include this in your national country. So basically, these are the only ones, these 5 countries that have presented their national regulations and which are currently being enforced at that specific level. So the objective of having an NFAR for us, and Patricio did emphasize this before I started to speak, was that we needed to basically educate and include the national member associations as much as possible. I know most of you know my previous head, which was Luís Vilas Boas. He also had this objective in mind, but with Patricio, I think he started late last year. And one of the focuses that he wanted to have was to basically bring closer together FIFA with the national member associations. So in this scenario, with the difficult task that we have at hand, is for each country to have their own national regulation and to harmonize these football agents internationally. From a practical standpoint, we do know that FIFA licensed agents can work on a worldwide basis, but we do respect the autonomy of each national member association when it comes to imposing their own rules. So when a national member association has stricter rules, especially with working with minors or anything specific to their activity in that country, they can impose these restrictions. And then basically what I'm mentioning here is the implementation challenges is for each country and each specific cultural situation that we have for them to adapt their own national regulations. As a means of example, where I come from in Portugal, football agents are not allowed to work with minors. So any person that wants to represent a football player under the age of 18 in Portugal, they cannot be represented by an agent because this is not allowed on a national level. And this happens in several other countries, but I'll give this example of Portugal. So basically what the objective would be was to ensure that we have legal certainty, regulatory consistency and integrity for football activities on an international, with balancing this with the national regulations. Sorry about this. Oh, it's going back, it's going forwards. Talked about this, right? Discovering the buttons. So the core objectives also, we talk about the contractual stability between the players, the coaches, and the clubs, to act with transparency and integrity when you conduct your in the football agent markets. And also to increase the ethical and professional standards with our licensing, the eligibility, compliance requirements to raise these ethical standards for football agents, and to protect the most vulnerable parts in the football ecosystem, to support, to basically protect the young players and minors with regulations on representation and education. So what is the regulatory scope of the national regulations? What we want, what the objective is for each of the national member associations to enforce their own regulations on a national level. For us, FIFA, I know I've discussed this in the past, in the first conference that I attended in Rabat. For us, it's very important that we collaborate with the member associations, so we do have some kind of notion or idea of how things are working on a national level. So for us, it's very important that the countries themselves are also interested in regulating this sector and to report to us. We are FIFA. We know it looks like a big organization, but in the departments we do have a small team in this sense, and we rely heavily on the national member associations to help us in enforcing the national regulations. These basic rules for under the model that we presented to national federations, we wanted to ensure that only FIFA licensed approved agents could provide football agent services in that country. And these rules will also cover the representation agreements, the contract duration, the conduct, protection of minor, and mutual rights in the relationship between agents and their clients. And it clarifies the national jurisdiction, the disciplinary matters, and dispute resolution mechanisms without the international involvement. So if a player basically, let's talk about Cabo Verde since we are here. If a player if a Cabo Verdean player is transferred to a Cabo Verdean club within the system and there's no agents involved in this scenario, then in this case, if there was a national regulation in Cabo Verde, then only a FIFA licensed agent would be permitted to conduct this type of negotiation. But if there is not a system that is in place, and this is something that I will discuss further, then the FIFA mechanisms would come into action. So one of the things here, and one of the major challenges that we have is that the current regulations are suspended partially mainly the most controversial topics that arise from the district of the court in Germany, which we will hopefully will have a decision from the European Court of Justice during this year. We are not sure about the dates yet, but many major parts of the regulations are currently being suspended. So what we did recommend to national member associations when implementing our regulations is to consider that these regulations are, part of the articles here are currently suspended, but possibly, and in accordance to your own national law, you could still implement, let's say, a cap, rules concerning service fees and prohibition of double representation. You could still do that on a national level, but FIFA does recommend that you do not do so, and you also suspend these articles in this sense. So this is the circular back in 2023 where FIFA basically decided to partially suspend the regulations and then to also refer to the National Member Association to also not implement these specific rules. So in this sense, it's to avoid this regulatory uncertainty and an unequal regulatory frameworks for the football stakeholders worldwide. So what specifically, and I've already addressed this before, but this is also very important in terms of the implementation at a national level. The rule of having a national member, having a national regulation is still mandatory in the sense. I wouldn't say it's enforceable because I did hear that, well, at least from the conversations that I had with some people before the conference, where there was possibly a need to sanction the national member associations for not implementing their national regulations. This is a little bit, this is a tricky subject because it is a recommendation. It is not mandatory. Statute-wise, it is complicated to justify a sanction to the national member associations on this. So right now, the way of doing it is via diplomacy, basically. So we don't want to strong arm the national associations to implement, but we do strongly recommend that they do. If it does reach a point where it is needed, then it will have to refer to the higher powers, but right now there is no prediction of sanctioning. Right now it's more of educating the associations. So the implementation is still in place. The licensing, if you want to be a FIFA licensed agent and if you want to perform these services, you still have to sit for the exam, regardless if you have or you do not have a national regulation. One question that I do still get, we do have now an online exam, and we did used to have the National Member Association participate in the organization of the exam. I know people are still, they're expecting us to return to this, but right now, the way that we're doing the licensing part of the examination is online. So this is to permit that everyone from any place can sit for the exam in accordance to their own devices and internet, and they can sit down and they can sit for the exam and become a licensed agent. So in this case, they still would have to sit for the exam. The representation agreements are still they're still valid, even though at a jurisdiction level, the football agents chamber is currently suspended. So this is why we recommend that whoever is a licensed agent here, if they have representation agreements, to include possible clauses in their representation agreements to refer to possibly CAS or any national dispute resolution chamber that you might have on a national level, to at least search for a solution in that regard, because right now the FIFA agents chamber is not functional at the moment, which we hope will happen after we have a decision from the court, or the European Court of Justice. So minors, even though we do have a lot of suspended articles in this sense, we do still pay special attention to the minors parts of the regulations, which means that even though we are partially suspended, anything that refers to minors, we can still refer to the FIFA disciplinary committee in this sense. So any type of issues that are involving minors in this sense, FIFA still has action on this. So, and then prohibition of certain conducts, which are also listed in our regulations. So The suspended ones, the most important ones, is the conflict of interest, so multiple representation. So the same party representing, let's say, a player, a club, another player, or so on. So like basically representing three parties in the same transaction is suspended. So right now, FIFA cannot act on this. The cap on the service fees, which was obviously the most controversial article that we have, which is currently under disputes. The payments via the clearinghouse also is suspended. And the reporting obligations that, for example, if you're a licensed agent, you might, the initial objective of our regulations was that the agents would upload their representation agreements. They will basically give us the information in order to see if they were in compliance. Right now, the agents do not have a possibility of uploading their representation agreements, but at the moment, it is still a representation agreement. It's still a legally binding document. So these carry still a great weight within negotiations and eventual disputes. As I already said, we have to pay attention. You have to talk to your lawyers and basically have a representation agreement that protects your rights also. And the jurisdiction and enforcement part is also suspended, which I already mentioned. So what happens at what are the practical issues with the suspension? FIFA no longer has is no longer entitled to impose disciplinary actions for breaches of the suspended provisions. As I said, the agent chamber is currently suspended, which we hope will function. And what Michael was saying, why are we paying? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? We are aware and we are also concerned with the current services that are being provided in this sense. But if we want to have a stable regulatory system, we have to start somewhere. So I think this is a building up to something bigger once we have more decisions coming from the courts. So for now, it's to build a basis for a coherent regulations in the future. Then again, these limitations lead to us not having fully addressing the deficiencies that could be resolved through the enforceability of the FFAR. So in this case, with a partially suspended regulation, even though FIFA wants to actually act, because we know like there's a lot of unlicensed individuals, there are a lot of breaches of representation agreements, there's a lot of matters on a disciplinary level that are happening that shouldn't be happening, where FIFA wants to act upon. But again, it happens, and also Andy will from the FA will also talk about this. We will see that the national member associations do have the power to implement these rules. So from our side and from Patricio's side, it was to emphasize that you can do something on a national level, even though FIFA is a little limited in this sense. On a national level, you can still act in this regard. So the regulations remain suspended. What we heard that we would have a decision, well, Q1 wouldn't be the most reasonable one, but maybe later in the year, but it's still not yet confirmed. And the FIFA Agents Department still continues investigations into unlicensed activity and the agents who do not comply with the eligibility requirements. I will not go into eligibility requirements because this will be a theme that I'll possibly talk about tomorrow, about what are the requirements that agents actually have to follow in terms of eligibility. And we still, again, with a part of the ongoing requirements, such as compliance with the payment of the license fee and the CPD credits. So if you are not a licensed agent and you want to be familiar with this procedure, basically when an individual becomes a FIFA licensed agent, they have to comply with the mandatory continuous professional development in several themes. So if you want to represent minors, you do a course on representation on minors. If there's something about the transfer system, you also have that possibility. So every year, FIFA is developing courses for the agents in order to them to comply. if they do not do either pay the license fee or complete their CPD, then their license is automatically suspended. And after this, if they don't have they have a grace period of 60 days between not complying to actually comply with this part. And if they do so, their suspension gets lifted. And if they don't do so after 60 days, they get their license withdrawn, which basically means that you have to sit for the examination again if you do not comply with these requirements on a yearly basis. And then, well, the second edition of the remote already happened. If you have any questions about that, we can address them. I don't know if anyone sat for the exam, but it just happened recently. So we'll talk about that later. Okay. Well, was 40 minutes? No. So just to conclude, we do include, if you are part of a member association and you want to see how you could design your own national regulations, you can do so. You can access our website, and you can find there a model for the national football agent regulations. And yeah, that's it. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel Fletus, for this keynote, very rich, very inspiring. Merci beaucoup également pour la flexibilité. Nous adressons nos salutations à M. Patricio Varela, FIFA Head of Agent, qui devait être là et qui n'a malheureusement pas pu être ici à Praia avec nous. Je rappelle que nous sommes réunis ici au Tech Park de Praia à l'occasion de la 4e édition de l'AFAC. C'est un choix, comme je le disais au début, très symbolique, car sous le leadership de son Excellence, le président José Maria Neves, et grâce à l'engagement de son gouvernement, le Cabo Verde s'est imposé comme un exemple de stabilité démocratique, de vision moderne et d'excellence sportive sur le continent africain. C'est avec un immense honneur et un profond respect que je vous invite à accueillir sur cette scène son Excellence M. José Maria Neves, président de la République du Cabo Verde, pour le discours officiel d'ouverture de la FAC 2026. Monsieur le Président.
Good morning, bonjour, bom dia, ladies and gentlemen, ilustres convidados. Permitam-me, antes de mais, expressar o meu agradecimento à Agência Internacional de Gestão Desportiva, AGFM Holding, pelo convite que me foi endereçado na pessoa da sua fundadora e presidente, a nossa compatriota Maria Tavares. Confesso que me senti profundamente honrado com este gesto e aceitei de imediato com enorme prazer a responsabilidade de presidir a sessão de abertura da 4ª edição da Conferência Africana dos Agentes de Futebol FIFA, em que Cabo Verde e a cidade da Praia, no caso, se afirma como privilegiado, o que tanto dignifica o nosso país. Com efeito, é motivo de orgulho para Cabo Verde acolher esta conferência continental que reúne as mais altas entidades do futebol africano, desde agentes e dirigentes a investigadores e protagonistas que moldam o presente e o futuro do desporto rei no nosso continente. É a primeira vez que o nosso país recebe um evento desta envergadura e isso traduz-se numa oportunidade histórica para reforçar a nossa posição no panorama internacional. A presença de ilustres personalidades, como a antiga secretária-geral da FIFA, primeira mulher e primeira pessoa não europeia a ocupar tal cargo, o presidente da Associação Africana dos Agentes de Futebol da FIFA, Michael Sodeke, atletas africanos de renome e representantes da Federação Cabo-Verdiana de Futebol, entre outros, confere a esta conferência uma dimensão de excelência e credibilidade que muito nos honra. Este encontro acontece num momento de simbolismo particular para Cabo Verde, pois vivemos um marco histórico e inédito. A nossa primeira participação num campeonato mundial de futebol. Este feito reforça a afirmação de Cabo Verde no cenário futebolístico internacional e projeta a nossa bandeira para horizontes que antes pareciam distantes. É neste contexto que a realização da conferência assume ainda maior relevância, pois coloca o nosso país no centro das atenções e confirma que estamos preparados para ser parte ativa das grandes discussões sobre o futuro do futebol africano e global. Quero dirigir palavras de apreço e incentivo a Maria Tavares, promotora e organizadora deste evento, pelo seu empenho incansável em reforçar a projeção internacional de Cabo Verde. Graças ao seu trabalho, o nosso país continua nas bocas do mundo, sobretudo após o apuramento para o Mundial. Maria Tavares, cabo-verdiana radicada em França, é fundadora e presidente da AGFM Holding, uma agência internacional de gestão desportiva licenciada pela FIFA como agente de partidas. O seu percurso orgulha Cabo Verde e constitui exemplo inspirador para a nossa diáspora. A AGFM Holding está presente em Cabo Verde, Angola, França, Brasil, Guiné-Bissau, Portugal e Dubai e dedica-se à estruturação de clubes e federações, ao desenvolvimento do futebol feminino, à promoção da liderança feminina no desporto, ao apoio a jovens talentos e à busca de parcerias sustentáveis. Essa visão global e inclusiva é um contributo valioso para a profissionalização do futebol africano e para a promoção da igualdade no desporto. Tendo em conta o perfil dos participantes, dirigentes desportivos, agentes FIFA, clubes investigadores e demais atores do ecossistema do futebol africano e global, as elevadas expectativas em torno desta conferência justificam-se plenamente. Formulamos votos para que este encontro seja portador de uma visão moderna, ética e transformadora do desporto africano, articulando futebol, juventude, economia, inclusão e desenvolvimento humano. A África precisa de criar as suas próprias soluções para o desenvolvimento do futebol, pensando em África por africanos, mas com responsabilidade global. O talento da juventude africana é imenso e deve ser transformado em oportunidade. O desafio atual não é apenas descobrir talento, mas criar ecossistemas que protejam, desenvolvam e valorizem esse talento. Isso implica academias estruturadas, educação paralela ao futebol, proteção contratual, acompanhamento psicológico e social e combate à exploração de jovens atletas. É fundamental valorizar a ética, o fair play e a credibilidade no futebol africano. Precisamos de uma nova cultura de integridade, assente na transparência, na boa governança, no combate à corrupção, na proteção dos menores e na responsabilidade dos agentes desportivos. Defendemos um futebol africano limpo, competitivo, respeitado, livre de doping e comprometido com os valores humanos. O desporto é hoje um instrumento estratégico de desenvolvimento. O futebol deixou de ser apenas entretenimento. É economia, inclusão, diplomacia, educação, mobilidade social, saúde pública, indústria criativa e gerador de oportunidades. Políticas públicas inteligentes para o desporto devem apostar na formação de base, em infraestruturas adequadas, na profissionalização, na ciência do desporto, na medicina desportiva e numa gestão transparente. A equidade de género e a igualdade de oportunidades devem ser prioridades continentais. É imperativo investir mais no futebol feminino africano através de infraestruturas, financiamento, visibilidade, formação técnica e promoção da liderança feminina na gestão desportiva. Devemos incentivar a presença das mulheres como atletas, treinadoras, árbitras, dirigentes, agentes e gestoras desportivas. O papel dos agentes desportivos na nova realidade africana é igualmente crucial. Reconhecemos-los como atores importantes do ecossistema do futebol moderno, cujo papel deve assentar na ética, na transparência, na proteção do atleta e na valorização humana e profissional dos jogadores. É essencial fomentar uma relação saudável entre clubes, agentes, federações, famílias e atletas. Reafirmamos o interesse de Cabo Verde em se posicionar como plataforma africana de diálogo e inovação desportiva. O nosso país é reconhecido como espaço de estabilidade, diálogo, credibilidade institucional e visão internacional. Estamos em plena disputa de um jogo que não é de futebol. A campanha eleitoral para as eleições legislativas, que terão lugar dentro de poucos dias. O ambiente é de alegria e festa, como é habitual entre nós. Seja quem for o vencedor, quase se pode garantir que não haverá contestação dos resultados, o que demonstra a maturidade democrática de Cabo Verde e reforça a nossa imagem de estabilidade política. Termino desejando muitos sucessos nestes 4 dias de conferência e que este encontro seja uma plataforma para o lançamento da imagem de Cabo Verde, reforçando a posição do nosso país no mapa do futebol internacional. Que aqui saia uma mensagem clara. Cabo Verde está preparado para ser parte ativa e relevante na construção de um futebol africano moderno, ético, inclusivo e transformador. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Merci pour tous ces applaudissements pour son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Cabo Verde, Monsieur José Maria Neves. On peut encore continuer à l'applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur le Président, par ma voix, l'Association des agents africains de football et aussi l'AGFM, Africa's Global Football Management, tiennent à vous remercier infiniment pour votre présence à cette conférence et ces paroles inspirantes qui illustrent l'engagement constant du Cabo Verde en faveur de la jeunesse, du sport, de l'excellence et de la coopération africaine. On va maintenant permettre à son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, de se retirer. Oui. On remercie encore une fois son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Cabo Verde, pour sa présence à cette cérémonie d'ouverture de l'AFAC 2026. Avant que nous puissions continuer en débutant nos panels, je vais demander à Mr. Daniel Fletus from FIFA. Mr. Daniel Fletus, please, if you can go back, because I know that you are not done with your presentation. Just for some Q&A, can you come with me on stage, please? On applaudit Monsieur Fletus, qui représente la FIFA ici, et qui nous parlait de la mise en œuvre d'ENFARS pour les régulations nationales, renforcer les réglementations nationales afin d'encadrer les activités domestiques des agents de football et promouvoir les agents licenciés FIFA en Afrique. Monsieur Fletus avait quasiment terminé sa présentation, mais apparemment il y avait des questions, donc n'hésitez pas à lui poser vos questions. They should have some questions for you.
So if anyone has a specific question, or if anyone is from a national member association, or if there's any licensed agents that have any questions about how it works on a national level, please let me know.
Est-ce qu'il y aura un micro, s'il vous plaît, micro baladeur? D'accord. Alors, on va commencer par la question de monsieur. Je pense que comme on n'est pas hyper nombreux, on peut s'entendre. Donc, allez-y.
I need the translation.
I will help you.
Okay. For your voice.
You're from Ghana. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. In your presentation, you indicated that FIFA is not imposing or does not intend to impose sanctions on member countries that are not implementing the MFA. You are using diplomacy. You did not explain rationale. What's the rationale? The rationale for using diplomacy. Because the purpose of the FAR is to ensure harmonized and very integrity in the sporting system. Now, if the world body, which is FIFA, has introduced the regulation, I do not see why 55 countries, only 5 countries in Africa have implemented it. 2023, if you show the presentation, 3 years now. How is that going to propel or help domestic transfers and national transfers? There will definitely be challenges.
Yes.
Discipline.
Yes.
FIFA is interested in FIFA football agents conducting themselves very well. And your website, I've been seeing some officers, their licenses have been suspended. Mm-hmm. I've been seeing it in the platform. Yes. So it is very important that you explain the rationale why we are using diplomacy. And if maybe you can also impress upon member countries. I didn't see my country in the list. Ghana, I'm from Ghana. I didn't see Ghana in the list.
Well, yeah.
And I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Well, as I said, thank you for the question, by the way. I know it's a very important question that people want to see addressed in that case. I talk about, also the list is not complete, so I would suspect that there could be, on a national level, like as a small team that we have, and we try to control things internally as much as we can, there could be potentially a national regulations in more African countries, but we do inform them on a very scheduled basis for them to implement them. But as you know, like also FIFA is FIFA, and FIFA is not a government body. It is not legally speaking, and we can go address about the international reach that FIFA has. It is up to the nationals to implement their own laws. So for us, the only option that we have here in this scenario is diplomacy. Again, there are many implications to implementing things on a national level. It's not only the agents, you have national dispute resolution, which is not currently applicable there's only about 5 countries that are recognized in the world that have a national dispute that's recognized by FIFA. The agents are a big part of the football ecosystem, but it's also a very recent terms. They're not recent in terms of history, but they're recent in terms of these regulations. So for now, it's more of a soft approach that we are having in terms of the regulations. And again, we're just discussing this. I am the middleman here. So any implementation of any sanctions would have to be carefully studied in this case, because we also don't want to get into trouble again, in an international level to impose these type of sanctions. And in regards to statutes and so on, it is also hard to implement a sanction, especially on a national member association, because they're part of our system and they are under the umbrella of FIFA. But you also have CAF and you have the confederations and so on under those. So diplomacy at the moment is the only route that we have at the moment. I don't see the need also for a legal imposition. I know it's important for us to implement this, but this is more of an approach on a national level where we have to go on a case by case and also nation by nation for them to implement these rules, because to have this type of framework uniform all around, it's tricky business. So for now, it is like this, but again, we will refer when it is needed, then we will probably look into different means in order to achieve this goal. Okay.
My name is Umar Abdullahi Yaro from Nigeria. The FIFA Asian regulations has received massive legal debates worldwide. So, in your own opinion, how can African agents best position themselves to thrive under this highly regulated global landscape? How can African agents position themselves? Yeah.
Well, you are a licensed agent yourself, right? So what do you, and don't give back the microphone, because I'm going to it's a question and answers, and I'm going to tell you some questions for you to answer. As a agent, a licensed agent in Nigeria, what are the biggest needs that you are currently facing on a national level?
On the national level, we're not even recognized by our own association. So that's number one.
But who is not recognized? The FIFA licensed agents?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how are they not recognized? Because the FIFA license is worldwide recognition. So
yeah.
If you want to work in Nigeria, are you telling me you cannot work in Nigeria with your license?
Everybody is an agent in Nigeria.
So what you're saying is that there are a lot of people that are unlicensed and they just work without the license.
Without a license.
No, we know about the football academies. We know about how they use certain things in your country to to basically represent players without the license. That's what I like. What your question is kind of in the line of what we were talking about.
For example, I don't think there's any transfer, national transfer, that was done last season through an agent, a FIFA license agent. No. Everybody does what he wants because there's simply no regulations to it. We wrote our exams when NFF was setting up the exams. That is fine with NFF. But to even have a meeting with the Association of Agents, that's not fine with NFF. So,
well, something to
we
talk
don't
with,
understand.
also with Michael. Michael is right there too, so. No, but I'm saying.
No,
like,
Michael knows the situation.
I know, but as much as we would like to, I wouldn't say we would like to police every single
We
nation.
hope
that
you
the
would.
world- Well, I think depositing too much, again, we have to see FIFA as it's an organizer, it's an entity, it's not the state, it's not the government. So what we do is always in the line of dialogue and conversation. If things are happening on a national level, it's great that people inform us, but you also have to fight on a national level with them in order for them to implement. And there has to be an interest for them. It doesn't only have to be monetary, as most of the cases in some countries, but it also has to be deal with integrity and with transparency on a national level also. So if it's happening on a national level, again, I will always recommend reporting to FIFA, but in the end, it's all about dialogue with those associations. And I'm sure it's not only with Nigeria.
So we hope you become the intermediary in the dialogue.
Let's see.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvester Korasep from Namibia. I'm the founding president of Football Players Union. Approximately 20 years part of the movement of representing the rights and interests of football players around the world, and even on the global stage. All protocol observed. I have listened to your presentation. I have read some of your presentation, especially concerning regulations and the concerns that are raised by many of the football agents. What I'm raising at this moment to allude to you is that it is my submission is coming from a meeting that emanated in November 2025 in Rabat. FIFA established a professional football players forum, which is now headed by the former President George Weah, and also very prominent legendary football players. Recently in Vancouver, in Canada, the new International Football Players Union, global, has been recognized by FIFA, which is led by David and Lucien from Switzerland. All of them are involved. I was part of these discussions in Rabat. So I share the sentiments from the football player agents, and I also share the position of FIFA, particularly about diplomacy. Because as we are currently here, the whole world is crying out for diplomacy to resolve disputes and to find solutions. In that vein, I really appreciate that you define that as a principle, diplomacy. My submission today to FIFA and also to AFA through the president is for us to have dialogue and a discussion specifically concerning the new developments of the establishment of the global union, because this union will be under FIFA. How do we incorporate the football player agents in the way forward? Because as unions, we represent players. As agents, you represent players. Then we come in a different space to the FA. Both responsibilities of representing players. We need to find the synergy. And I'm willing to have this discussion here in Cabo Verde for us to prepare and probably engage David and the principals of the Global Union and FIFA so that we find solutions. This is my humble submission, and I thank you for
Thank you for your feedback. I know there was a couple of questions in there in the middle, but we can discuss this in person later.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. My question is, it's been 3 years now that the FFAR has been in full force. And during the FIFA Congress in December 2022, the Congress or the FFAR mandated all the MAs to domesticate the FFAR, giving them 1 year. 1 year has passed, 2 has passed, I think 3. Now, supposing me, I failed to renew my license in 2023, what will happen to my license?
Is this a question?
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm asking you, Daniel.
If you don't pay the license fee, what happens if you don't pay your taxes?
Okay, I want you to answer. Just give me a direct answer.
No, you will have your license withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the case of the MAs that refuse to domesticate the FFAR, what should be the consequence?
At the national level?
Yeah.
Well, Andy, I'm taking a look at Andy. If there are specific, Michael, you are asking very specific questions about this.
I don't know. I'm a novice in this situation.
Well, it depends on the country, obviously. So I can't give you an answer about all the 211 member associations of how that happens. I can only speak about FIFA. On a FIFA level, you complete your CPD and you pay your license, and that's it.
Daniel, that should be a consequence of you refusing to do the regulation.
But that comes from the national side. So if something happens, and if you have regulations in place on a national side, and then you refer to FIFA in this case, and this is a discussion we're also having with the FA, if there's sanctions that are happening on a national level, this should be extended towards FIFA. But as you know, with the partial suspension and with the disciplinary part of it's a little bit complicated. So we only do it from a regulatory standpoint of compliance of the eligibility. So right now, it's a little bit more complicated than that, and that's why we're waiting for a decision to kick things off into a new gear.
In this case now, I want to say, if FIFA can compel me, agent, to renew my license fee every year, to complete my CPD every year, why can't FIFA compel the same MAs to do the right thing? Are you scared of the MAs? Daniel, are FIFA scared of the MAs?
I'm not going to speak for FIFA on this, but the amount of fear is not quantifiable in this case. It's not about fear.
This is injustice.
Okay.
This is injustice.
Yes. Well, thank you for your feedback on that.
On the part of the FIFA license agent.
Yep.
So please, we are sending you back to FIFA. The last time we discussed this matter, you said there will be sanctioning, and that is over a year now. No one is being sanctioned.
No, no one is, again, with the partial suspension, we can only sanction unlicensed activity, and the sanction is placed is for them to not sit for the exam, and that is what is happening currently. It's not the best case scenario, but it is what it is at the moment.
Anyways, I leave you to that. But I want to appeal for this. If FIFA can do it, you have the contact of Africa MAs, 54, 55. You can see only 5.
So what is happening at a national level, not only in relation to agents, what is happening in terms of transfers, in terms of everything else that FIFA does not have an international dimension on? What is happening at that level?
Okay, do this for us. Bring all the MAs together, the African MAs. Maybe their GS or the legal unit, and bring us in.
If there is an interest, we will always gladly join. If there is an interest, we will do it. There's no issue whatsoever in that regard.
We just have to discuss this together. They are hurting us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Limited to 2 minutes.
It's all right. I'm Pius. I guess we met earlier this morning.
Yes.
I'm not an agent. You already know I'm a lawyer. So I have a question for you. I'm a lawyer. We have doctors, and we all have exams. We all write professional exams to become lawyers and doctors, and then we're given licenses. These licenses, they are for life, but your payment of annual practicing fee as a lawyer validates your license. Now, bringing it back to the FIFA agent license context, don't you think it's unfair, or can FIFA re-examine their stance? Because why would an agent's license be withdrawn after 60 days if he does not pay for his agent fees, and then he has to go write another exam? So why not be the case that if you don't pay, your license is not valid, and then for you to use that license, you have to pay and revalidate it as opposed to a total withdrawal?
Thank you for your question. Well, it's all aligning with, as a lawyer, you know, like we do have the regulations in place where we do state specifically in Article 17, if you look at the ages regulations, if you are not in compliance, then your license will be withdrawn. So this is a basic question about regulatory enforcement. And this is the only thing that is currently not suspended. So on paper and via the regulations, if you do not comply, and this is like giving a chance, because the only 2 things that we ask at the moment from the agents is that there is a compliance with the payment of the license fee and the compliance with the CPT. So these are the 2 sole subjects that are currently under FIFA scrutiny in this case. So I will just turn it back to the regulations. It is currently what the regulations say. If it's fair or not, that's up to discussion in future developments.
Allô. Désolé. Monsieur Fritas, bonjour. Je m'adressais en français. C'est possible de faire la traduction? OK. D'accord. Je suis Monsieur Élisée Rier. Je suis agent FIFA. Je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et mon c'est un plaidoyer. Déjà, en tant qu'agent, on est assujetti à plusieurs restrictions. Moi, en tant que juriste, je trouve que ça me peine particulièrement de ne pas pouvoir appartenir à une commission, qu'elle soit indépendante ou en tout cas une commission qui appartient à ma fédération. C'est un peu compliqué parce que les tests nous interdisent d'appartenir à des commissions, qu'elles soient permanentes ou indépendantes. Donc derrière, je suis agent, je veux contribuer à l'évolution du football de mon pays. Et parce qu'aujourd'hui, en tant qu'agent, je ne peux travailler pour ma fêtière, c'est-à-dire ma fédération. C'est quand même très compliqué. Donc nous, vraiment, c'est un plaidoyer de sorte que les tests puissent vraiment revoir, être étudiés, afin que nous puissions travailler quand même pour nos fédérations. C'est clair qu'on nous dira il y a un conflit, mais je crois que les mêmes tests permettent aux présidents de clubs de pouvoir travailler dans certaines commissions. Donc j'aimerais avoir votre avis sur cette question. Merci, Monsieur Fritas.
Thank you for your question. Sorry that if I didn't understand the full picture. I think you were talking about restrictions and how you wanted to work with the federations. Is that correct? Travailler avec les fédérations. Okay. Well, again, within the football agent sphere, there are many associations, including Michael's associations and the ones in South America and the European ones that work in FIFA, which is the FIFA Agents Working Group. So if any contact or any type of, you have this networking opportunity to eventually reach the people in the federation that you want to reach. And this is why these conferences exist and why we're having this discussion. So if there's, I didn't understand the part about them not letting you, but if there's any space for dialogue, then FIFA is always available to address those issues. If there's any barrier that you are currently facing, just let us know, or let Michael know, or let anyone that's in a representative group know, and then we will try to address it in the best way that we can.
Je propose qu'on puisse dire merci à Monsieur Daniel Fletus qui s'est prêté au jeu des questions parfois très compliquées. Thank you very much. Si vous voulez échanger encore par rapport à la FIFA, nous avons un espace networking dehors, et donc vous pouvez échanger avec les autres participants. Je vous propose, je voudrais d'abord saluer la présence de Fatma Samoura, ancienne secrétaire générale de la FIFA, qui est parmi nous. On peut l'applaudir, s'il vous plaît, vous allez l'entendre un peu plus tard dans le panel réservé à la place des femmes et des agents dans le football. Alors, nous allons démarrer nos panels avec un premier panel qui portera sur un sujet stratégique pour l'avenir du football africain. Collaboration entre les agents de football et la fédération nationale. On l'a entendu, il y a beaucoup de choses à dire. Et pour modérer cette discussion, je vous demande d'accueillir chaleureusement Eddie Ogbemoudia sur scène, s'il vous plaît. Eddie Ogbemoudia, sous vos applaudissements. Eddie qui est un agent du Nigeria et qui sera accompagné de Maître Mustapha Kamara, avocat spécialisé en droit du sport et expert en gouvernance du football qui nous vient du Sénégal. Maître Kamara est là parmi nous? Non, je crois qu'il est sorti. Gideon Atou Izang, du Nigeria. Mr. Izang. Dehors également. From Tanzania, I think he's there. Faisal Hussein. Okay. Let's try then Mustapha Diop du Sénégal. Voilà, on applaudit Mustapha Diop quand même. Hein. Il a fallu une quatrième tentative pour avoir quelqu'un. Kaifi, Monsieur Diop, Kaifi. On accueille également, on l'espère, hein, Nassir Manjari du Maroc. Nassir Manjari n'est pas là. Mohamed Reski du Maroc également qui n'est pas là. Donc on a une seule personne dans le panel. Eddie, your panelists are not there. What are we going to do? Are you just going to have a discussion with Mr. Diop? They're not there.
Hello. Okay, I think I saw some of them around. Maybe we just reschedule and.
Ok, donc je rappelle que nous demandons ici sur scène Mustapha Kamara du Sénégal, Gideon Atuizang from Nigeria, Faisal Hussein from Tanzania.
The FA president, he has left. You were around. Okay, maybe we'll take something else first because this discussion is very important.
Yeah.
And we just can't skip it. So let's take something else for now. Thank you.
So I suggest, Mr. President, on your behalf, are we going to have like a 2 minutes break so everyone can have a glass of juice or water, and then we come back for the panel? Let's do that. Voilà, nous avons une petite pause café. Je vous invite à sortir de cette salle. Vous venez networker, puis on se retrouve dans quelques instants. Merci beaucoup. Balma.
J'avais une question centrale.
Oui. place, s'il vous plaît. Je vous invite à bien vouloir prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Doucement, doucement. Est-ce que quelqu'un m'entend au niveau de la technique, la régie, s'il vous plaît? Est-ce qu'il serait possible d'éteindre les projecteurs bleus? Merci. Il faudrait éteindre les projecteurs bleus dans les escaliers, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous souhaite à nouveau la bienvenue à cette 4e édition de l'AFAC. Vous l'avez compris, lors de la cérémonie d'ouverture, nous ne sommes pas simplement réunis pour un événement, nous sommes réunis pour un enjeu majeur, l'avenir du football africain et la structuration du métier d'agent sur le continent. L'AFAC, la African Football Agents Conference, s'impose désormais comme une plateforme incontournable du football africain. Elle rassemble agents, fédérations, juristes et acteurs clés du jeu autour d'une ambition commune, structurer, professionnaliser et faire évoluer durablement le métier d'agent sur le continent. C'est ici que se dessine un football plus fort, plus organisé, plus transparent et pleinement aligné avec les standards internationaux. L'édition 2026 ici à Praia est placée sous le thème Bridging Innovation and Collaboration in African Football Ecosystem with Full Compliance to Football Agent Regulation. Un message clair, innover, collaborer et respecter les règles pour transformer durablement le football africain. Et maintenant, nous allons nous consacrer au premier panel de la journée. Nous entrons donc dans le cœur des discussions avec un sujet clé pour l'avenir du football africain, collaboration entre les agents de football et les fédérations nationales. Pour modérer ce panel, je vais vous demander d'accueillir chaleureusement Eddie Ogmudia. Eddie Ogmudia, qui est agent de football du Nigeria. Il sera accompagné des prestigieux panels avec Maître Moustapha Kamara. Maître Moustapha Kamara, que j'ai aperçu il y a un instant. Sylvester Goraseb, from Namibia. Sylvester, a round of applause for Sylvester, please. Charles Wilcox Ofori from Ghana. Charles Wilcox Ofori. He might be outside still. Heyo Sanchez du Cap-Vert. Donc nous avons des panélistes retardataires. Moustapha Diop du Sénégal. Des applaudissements pour Moustapha Diop. Heyo Sanchez, sous vos applaudissements. Et donc, missing Charles Wilcox Ofori from Ghana. Why Charles? Okay, on va passer. We're just going to wait just 2 minutes to see if Charles is going to join. Okay, so I think over to you. Your panel is full, so you can start.
When it comes to Hello, good day, everyone. As rightly introduced by our hosts, Eddie Iseri Ugbemudia. I'm a FIFA licensed football agent and also a board member of African Football Agent Association. It pleases me to have this great privilege to discuss a very important topic at this moment, which is at the front burner of issues relating to football agents and the relationship they have with football federations. And as already introduced, we have some panelists that will be giving an insight of how this collaboration and the relationship between football agents and federations, member association could be harnessed for the benefits of players, clubs, and also for the agents. When FIFA approved the FFAR, it actually, I think, wants one of the topics earlier discussed. Daniel earlier mentioned about the lack of implementation of the NFAR at the member association level. And another very important aspect, the reason why FIFA set up that NFAR is for the member association to manage the football activities of agents at the domestic level. And it cuts across so many parts. We talk about dispute resolution at the domestic level, monitoring relating to minors, registration, trafficking, and all that. So all this is what we'll be discussing. And I will just quickly go straight to my available panelists for now so that, and also I want to crave your indulgence as our audience. You'll be having opportunity to ask some questions on this topic. As I earlier said, we'll be discussing the agents and football federation collaboration, synergy, and how they could work together in partnership as it relates to the FAR and also domesticated NFAR. So my first question will go to my friend Diop. In Senegal, for now, friends, you don't have it? Please. Okay. Hope you're ready. Okay. Now the first question for you. What is the current situation in your MA? Has the NFAR been implemented? And if yes, what has not in? No translation yet. Français? Nicolas? Okay. Okay, Nicola, you help with the translation. It's up now. Diop, you okay now? You okay? French, you okay? All right. So the question, eh? Okay, maybe just help with the mic, Nicola, because of time. Thank you. So the first question to Diop, for now, what is the current situation in your MA? Has the NFAR been implemented? If yes, what are some of the benefits already being derived? And if not yet, what can be done for it to be implemented?
National qui doit être régi par les associations membres. OK. Qui doit être régi par les associations nationales, à savoir les fédérations. Mais jusqu'à présent, parce que même la date butoir est déjà passée, mais nous, au niveau de notre fédération, jusqu'à présent, on a ce nouveau règlement. Et ce règlement-là, le problème qui se pose, aujourd'hui, si on signe un mandat de représentation avec un footballeur professionnel pour le représenter, pour que ce contrat puisse être valable, il faut l'enregistrer au sein de l'association membre, alors que le cadre juridique ne s'y prête pas. Donc, il y a beaucoup de choses à revoir au niveau de la collaboration, parce que je crois, avec la nouvelle régulation qui est passée et qui va pousser la collaboration entre la FIFA, les fédérations nationales et les agents joueurs, tient à remettre les choses en ordre.
All right. Thank you so much. You translate, yeah. All right, thank you so much. So you can see from the perspective of the Senegalese FA, there's still a lot to do while they are still waiting for the implementation of the NFAR. Okay, my brother here, I will just quickly I just wanted to speak about many a time we have the issue relating to minor trafficking through football. Then we have issues of member association be complacent because some of the responsibility they ought to do, they fail in those responsibilities. as licensed football agents, how can agents and member association come together to curb the issues of trafficking through football? Yes.
Thank you, Moderator. Your question is very peculiar and particular. How football associations and agents can collaborate into addressing the issue of human trafficking, especially the minors. Now, I want to relate to my background as part of being a football player, a union and representative, representing the rights and the welfare of players. The issue is that the two very important components, the FA and the player agents, are operating in isolation. Therefore, the players and the minors who are being trafficked are compromised. So my resolution or my proposal in this matter, also coming from the background that I'm coming from, and what FIFA currently is trying to harmonize. FIFA is trying to harmonize football, to bring football under one house and one command center. Now, with that, what I want to propose and submit is that player agents, as much as apart from the registration, the National Players Agents Forum or association should become an associate member of the federation, because you cannot operate in isolation. That's why I want to give you an example. The Namibia Players Union, we are currently in the process of becoming a full associate member of the federation. That's why I must also commend the Namibia Football Federation. They have sponsored the flight ticket for us to be here. And from our side, we are covering the additional cost of accommodation, meals, and all the visas and things. That's what I'm trying to bring, is the collaboration between the agents and the association should be formalized into a relationship that is where there's a framework. I propose that player agents associations nationally should become associate members of the union. Like us, the union, we are formally invited to the Congress of the FA, meaning that once we become associate member, we are part of the Congress and the executive of the FA, where we are part of the decision-making on national level. Football player agents should be part of the executive, where decisions are taken about players. So that's my submission in terms of collaboration. We need to formalize the relationship and not expect that the other must do it, the FA must do things for you.
Okay.
While you are not, you don't have a formal relationship.
No, I agree with you, but you know the regulation expressly state that football agents cannot be members of the FA, as the case may be. But as you rightly said, being part of the Congress, even not having a voting right, we also have opportunity to discuss about policy issues affecting the business. So for example, a football agent in a country where it operates and they are taking decisions relating to its business, it should also have a say. I quite agree with you. But you know what FIFA actually said, that for you to be an agent, you must not be an employee, you must not have anything to do with football association, because Football Federation, they also happen to be our clients, because there could be some instances you'll be representing a football association to get a coach, and FIFA doesn't want an issue of conflict of interest, okay? So, but I agree with you to the extent of being an associate member, especially on the aspect of decision relating to the agents, and that is why it's very important that just like the FIFA, at the FIFA level, they have the FIFA Agent Working Group. Each member association should also consider setting up a working group where the interests of agents could also be discussed. Thank you very much for that. I'll quickly go to my Cape Verdean brother at the far left. Now, the question I have for you, we have issue relating to unlicensed individuals acting as football agents. Now, sometimes they represent clients. They also receive commission for football agent services without being licensed. How can the MAs help in controlling this? I hope you heard me right. Yes, sir.
Muito obrigado. Permitam-me, antes de mais, cumprimentar a todos, felicitar a organizadora por esse importante encontro dos agentes da FIFA, agentes da CAF, não é? Aqui na cidade da Praia. Eu sou advogado, portanto não sou expert, não é? No âmbito da política da CAF e da FIFA, ligados aos agentes. Mas a minha experiência como advogado que já trabalhou nas transferências dos desportistas cabo-verdianos, nomeadamente dos jovens talentos, diz-nos que é preciso ter muita atenção no trabalho dos agentes da FIFA, ou agentes desportivos. Aqui em Cabo Verde nós temos, acho, um único agente. Portanto, nós temos problemas aqui em Cabo Verde relativamente aos agentes. E, portanto, precisamos de um apoio da Confederação Africana de Futebol e precisamos do apoio mesmo da FIFA na formação de agentes desportivos aqui em Cabo Verde. Portanto, essa é a primeira nota que nós temos. Os agentes que trabalham com os desportistas cabo-verdianos vêm mais da Europa, nomeadamente de Portugal. E, de facto, muitas vezes nós temos pessoas que não são agentes, mas que fazem as vezes dos agentes e que levam os jovens cabo-verdianos, os jogadores cabo-verdianos para fora de Cabo Verde, nomeadamente para a Europa. Aí há algum risco porque esses jogadores não têm uma proteção legal. Quando saem de Cabo Verde, quando chegam, por exemplo, em Portugal, esses tais chamados agentes têm que procurar outros agentes portugueses para fazer o contrato com os jogadores. E, portanto, penso que, a nível de Cabo Verde, nós precisamos de ter mais proteção, sobretudo proteção para os jovens menores. É verdade que a legislação cabo-verdiana, nesse aspecto, a legislação protege os jogadores, porque os jogadores menores, de 16 anos, não podem assinar um contrato com agentes do futebol. São os seus pais ou os representantes legais que devem fazer isso. Quando completam 16 anos, podem sim assinar os contratos, mas conjuntamente com os representantes legais, com os pais. Portanto, há uma proteção, porque os pais estão sempre presentes. Só a partir de 18 anos é que podem, sim, assinar livremente os seus contratos. Portanto, eu penso que num país onde não há muitos agentes, há sempre possibilidade de termos agentes fictícios que podem, de facto, criar problemas em termos de legalidade, em termos de transferência e mesmo, diria, em termos de exploração. De exploração, sim, dos jogadores menores. Portanto, relativamente à questão que me foi colocada, é isto que eu queria dizer. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful, but just unfortunate I couldn't really hear all of them. But I will quickly go back to Diop. I think just the second line of question because of the time. We have issue relating to conflict of interest that is alleged that member association staff, they also play the role of football agents. And in some instances, they work with a particular agent, and they will insist that for a player to be invited to the national team, the player must be signed up with this particular agent. So in this particular instance, what do we do about it? Go ahead, Diop. Diop. Yeah.
Bon, moi, je crois que je vais embrayer un peu sur mon collègue du Cap-Vert pour amener quelques précisions. Parce que la FIFA tient à la protection des mineurs. Déjà, ils ont attribué aux agents 4 points édictés au niveau de la protection des mineurs au niveau des Nations Unies. Sur 54 points, ils ont pris 4 points qu'ils ont attribués aux agents FIFA pour la protection des mineurs. Premièrement, il faut que ça... Moi au Sénégal, j'avais fait pratiquement 10 plateaux pour pouvoir informer les gens et tirer sur la sonnette d'alarme. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, aucun agent, même un agent avec la licence FIFA, n'a pas le droit d'aller démarcher un footballeur mineur ou bien approcher son parent. C'est extrêmement important. Okay. C'est le parent qui voit l'agent, qu'il lui suffit qu'il vient dire à l'agent que je veux te confier la carrière de mon fils, mais ça ne suffit pas, ça va se faire avec autorisation parentale écrite. Et la signature sera une signature tripartite. Même le contrat de représentation, si ça se fait, ce sera la signature du mineur, du tuteur légal et de l'agent. Pour vous dire exactement combien la FIFA tient à ces points-là. Même avoir une licence FIFA ne nous permet pas d'aller démarcher un footballeur mineur. On ne doit pas l'approcher. C'est cette protection sur laquelle la FIFA met le curseur pour qu'on puisse accéder à ça. Si on fait cette comparaison, même l'agent FIFA qui a le droit de transférer des joueurs, si on lui interdit ça, à plus forte raison celui qui n'a pas la licence. Donc il faudrait qu'on le fasse. Et encore, il y a un point central qui va nous donner notre légitimité dans ce métier-là. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, en général, les clubs, c'est des clubs amateurs. Un club amateur, par exemple, qui a un footballeur talentueux, mais il n'a aucun ascendant sur ce gamin pour le retenir. Tout un chacun peut venir le prendre. Mais s'il signe le footballeur professionnel, le footballeur avec un agent FIFA, parce que le règlement de la FIFA interdit à tout autre agent ou bien tout autre intermédiaire de démarcher un footballeur qui a déjà signé un mandat de représentation qui dure 2 ans, ne serait-ce que s'il reste 2 mois. Donc c'est l'intérêt du club et de l'académie de chercher un agent FIFA qui va signer avec ses joueurs pour les protéger, de telle sorte que personne ne va les toucher. Il faut porter cette communication-là au niveau des académies parce qu'ils étaient un peu réticents à l'approche des agents FIFA, mais il faut leur expliquer exactement quel est le bénéfice qu'on peut leur apporter. Si on travaille sur ce côté-là, on fait cette communication, ce sera transparent et exactement, on va protéger nos mineurs et on saura exactement à quel moment on pourra les transférer et qui doit les transférer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Fortunately, our translators still didn't get it across. So quickly, I will go back again to my player representative from the Namibia Football Federation. Now, with your experience in the Namibia Football Association, when there are disputes between players and agents, where do they go to?
Hello. Yes. If there's a dispute between a player and an agent, first of all, on the statutes and the constitution of the Namibia Players Association, there is a provision made for a player status committee. And then Secondly, since our league now has to go independent and professional, what the regulations framework that has been put in place is first at the league level, there is a dispute resolution mechanism. And then also at the association level. So this player status committee will regulate all these frameworks pertaining to football players. If there's a dispute between an agent and a player, we want to ensure that this can be expedited in a very fast way, be resolved, because a football player cannot stay without training for more than 5 days. For our primary interest and responsibility to ensure that football player is not denied to play football and his career is damaged. So my answer to that, and the experience from Namibia, is that we have this mechanism that if there's a dispute between an agent and a player, you report it to the FA, first to the league, and then to the FA, and it's dealt with in a very short time. Within a week or two, it must be resolved. That is the way that we have arranged it in Namibia. Okay. And I want to encourage other countries also, partners of us, agents. You need to have this relationship, formal relationship with the FA, because otherwise you will not be able to, they will not listen to you. That's why, that's my message.
Okay, thank you so much. I think with my Nigerian experience, I've actually represented a lot of players before the Player Status Chamber and also the Arbitration Committee in Nigeria. But one unfortunate fact about is the issue of enforcement of decisions. We have instances where decision will be given, maybe compensation will be awarded against this club to be paid. And I can tell you for free that there are some decisions where I represented players since over 2 years now, we're still fighting issue of enforcement. And these clubs are still participating in leagues. And just in line with the football regulation as adopted by FIFA, as related to decision by the Football Tribunal, there are timelines for implementation. And if the timeline they give to a particular defaulting party to pay, if it doesn't comply with that decision, the sanction that is being imposed is enforced immediately. But at the member association level, you can see some level of influence. Maybe the executive member will say, oh, don't ban this club from registering new player, allow them to play. They will see how they can pay the money gradually. So we have issue of enforcement of decision, which is not, I know you may not be experiencing it in Nigeria, but in Namibia, but in most parts of Africa, we have the non-existence of the National Dispute Resolution Chamber, and also non-enforcement, if at all, there are some decisions that comes out. So I think it's still a good one for you. And then last question before...
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give you examples. In Namibia, there are several clubs who have been sanctioned.
Banned, yes. We have
for not, they were not allowed to register players.
Yes.
And so the FA has been very strong on these issues.
Thank you. I think I will move some of my players to Namibia League since it has been a Fox Day. All right, so my last question before we move quickly to the audience, just a few minutes. Now, we're talking about strengthening the partnership between the MAs and the agents. And for now, we have African Football Agent Association. And the beautiful thing about this conference is currently live. And I believe those that couldn't make it to Cape Verde, they're watching us and they're listening. Now, on the issue of transparency, because we have a lot of interest, the MAs have their interest to be guided, the players, the agents have their interest to be guided. Now, on issue of transparency, how can both work together? How can both work together? Okay, my brother from Cape Verde, your last question. Yeah. Mine?
Muito obrigado. Eu acho que a questão que colocou é muito pertinente, muito boa. O exemplo de Cabo Verde pode ser um bom exemplo. Cabo Verde, como sabemos todos, vamos estar na Copa do Mundo, não é pela primeira vez. Isto foi graças a um esforço conjunto da Federação Cabo-Verdiana de Futebol, das associações desportivas, dos clubes e também, sobretudo, do esforço dos jogadores. Portanto, quando todos os players estão com o mesmo objetivo puramente desportivo, já sabemos que o futebol hoje, para além do desporto, também é uma indústria, não é? Com outros interesses, mas o exemplo de Cabo Verde demonstra que o esforço comum é o caminho seguro para o sucesso. E, como disse anteriormente, nós temos poucos agentes do futebol aqui em Cabo Verde, mas mesmo assim temos uma visão clara daquilo que nós queremos para o futebol. E aquilo que nós chegamos hoje, o patamar em que nós chegamos hoje, é o esforço de muitas gerações, de muitas dificuldades, mas, como disse, de um esforço comum. Portanto, em Cabo Verde há uma democratização do desporto, sim. Por exemplo, não sei se assistiram, mesmo após a nossa qualificação para o Mundial, o presidente da Federação Cabo-Verdiana de Futebol, Dr. Mário Semedo, que esteve cá de manhã, ele teve que enfrentar uma nova eleição imposta também pela FIFA. Portanto, democratização do desporto. Toda a gente dizia, mas para que agora? Novas eleições. Se nós já ganhamos, nós vamos para a Copa do Mundo. Mas, tanto, a Federação respeitou os princípios consagrados, que é o princípio da democratização, fez umas eleições com uma concorrência, ele concorreu de novo e conseguiu passar. Passou democraticamente. Mas, portanto, para além dessa questão de democracia, da democratização do desporto, também esse esforço coletivo, os clubes, todos os clubes cabo-verdianos hoje trabalham com um objetivo claro de ganhar, para que o desporto possa ganhar em Cabo Verde. Todos os clubes, em todas as ilhas. Portanto, há uma motivação geral e há esse esforço comum, como já disse, para terminar, um esforço comum da federação, dos clubes, das associações desportivas e, sobretudo, dos jogadores. Mas o objetivo principal, do meu ponto de vista, é a proteção dos jogadores. Como disse o colega do Senegal, o meu vizinho aqui, esse que deve ser o esforço comum, o objetivo comum, proteger os jogadores, sobretudo os menores, os talentosos, para que também possam, para além do futebol, possam continuar a estudar. A lei cabo-verdiana, eu penso também na esteira daquilo que é a legislação da FIFA. Os menores, sim, jogam futebol. O agente que contrata um jogador menor, ele tem a obrigação de colocar o menor a estudar até completar 18 anos. Isso, mesmo que o menor saia de Cabo Verde e que vá, por exemplo, em outros países da Europa, como Portugal. Nós vamos muito ao Portugal. Recentemente eu levei 2 jogadores para Portugal menores, mas a minha preocupação também, porque é a preocupação da legislação cabo-verdiana, da legislação portuguesa e da FIFA, era colocar o menor a estudar. E, portanto, se não estudar, ele não pode continuar a jogar o futebol. Portanto, é a conjugação de todos esses esforços, não é? É que traz o sucesso, e penso que é esse o caminho que nós devemos prosseguir. Muito obrigado.
All right. Thank you so much. I think the job of your FA president is evident, especially by the qualification of Cape Verde for the next World Cup. You have some, because we're moving to the audience quickly. Just, okay, few
Bon,
minutes.
un dernier point sur lequel je voudrais vraiment insister. Il faut que les associations de chaque pays se formalisent, qu'on ait des associations reconnues, qu'on prenne d'assaut les chaînes de télévision, les réseaux sociaux pour faire des communications, pour qu'on comprenne exactement le métier d'agent du joueur FIFA. C'est quoi? Qui doit le faire? La protection des mineurs. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, avec la traite des jeunes qui se passe en Afrique, il faudrait qu'on prenne le dossier en main. Ne pas attendre la FIFA. Nous sommes les relais sur le terrain. Il faudrait que chaque pays monte au créneau, monte au niveau des chaînes de télévision, faire une communication pour que les parents sachent exactement quel est leur droit, que les clubs aussi sachent exactement qu'est-ce qui les lie aux agents, aux mineurs et aux parents. C'est aujourd'hui le grand combat. Sinon, on va le faire. Demain, vous rentrez chez vous, formalisez-vous, allez au niveau des chaînes de télévision, portez ce combat et on va gagner ensemble. Je vous remercie.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know if we have some few questions for the panelists. I've been notified I just have a few minutes. Do you have any question for my panelists relating to strengthening the partnership between the football agents and the member association at the domestic level? Okay, if there is none, I will summarize this way. One thing I believe is both bodies, they need each other. The agents, the member association, they need to come together to work together for it to progress, because as rightly said earlier on, our interest is the player, is how the player could progress, irrespective of, as an agent, I'm going to aim from the services of the player, maybe when he play and I render football agent services. It's also expedient to say that the player should also participate in football activity in a scenario where everything is safe, because we're talking about his safety of the player as related to trafficking of players, and also even when he joined a club and he's been owed wages and the rest, how the agent could also fight for their right. So I believe with all this being put in place, member association, they have a lot to benefit, because if the players are happy, it will also be reflecting in their activity, especially when they represent the national teams. So I believe all parties, all stakeholders, they could come together and make football development a very huge responsibility that they know that they have a role to play. I want to appreciate you all for your time. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Alors après ce premier panel très intéressant, très riche, je vais vous proposer de passer à un autre panel, une séquence dédiée aux femmes dans le football, à leur leadership, à leur influence grandissante et à leur rôle essentiel dans la transformation de l'industrie du sport à l'échelle mondiale. Cette discussion spéciale sera modérée par Kéran Nord, journaliste et modératrice spécialisée dans le sport international. Kéran, sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Kéran sera accompagné pour ce panel exceptionnel de femmes qui ont une expérience à ne plus démontrer dans le milieu du football. On va commencer par Fatma Samoura, ancienne secrétaire générale de la FIFA, Joël Mouloui, agente de joueurs et dirigeante sportive, et Bestine Kazadi, Joël Montluy, avocate, autant pour moi, maître Montluy, et Bestine Kazadi, quatrième vice-présidente de la CAF. Prenez place, s'il vous plaît. Sous vos applaudissements. Alors attention, elle est au four et au moulin. On acclame, s'il vous plaît, Maria Tavares de l'Africa's Global Football Management. Maria Tavares qui s'installe aux côtés des 3 autres panélistes. Et je vais céder la parole à Kéran. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to AFC 26. As has been earlier introduced, my name is Khairan Noor, founding director of Sports Legal and the moderator for this esteemed panel. So today's panel is not simply about women in football. However, it's about influence, leadership, access, and evolving power of dynamics shaping the future of the game across Africa. And this conversation sits within the broader AFAC 26th theme, bridging innovation and collaboration in the African football ecosystem with full compliance to the football agent regulation. So, because when we talk about future of football in Africa, we're talking about who has influence, who creates opportunity, who shapes policy, and who builds sustainable systems around the game. So beyond representation, this panel is about leadership, access, governance, ethical development, and the growing role women are playing across every layer of football, from football federations, scouting to business, regulation, and executive leadership. So this is also interesting for me. So they all speak French, I don't speak French. So I hope we're able to deliver the message right across the audience. So I'm honored to be joined, of course, by my exceptional panel. So please welcome our distinguished panelists, already introduced from my left, Madame Joël. We have Madame Fatma Samora Bestine, and lastly, Maria Tavares. So thank you all for being here today. And maybe just to begin, before we move into the deeper discussion, and I'd like to ask each one of you one short opening reflection, and maybe in one sentence, if you could tell us what is the single biggest shift needed for women to gain real power and influence in football, and not just visibility. And feel free to take this in the order of your sitting arrangement.
Hello, can you hear me? La traduction, ça va marcher pour Bestine. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fatma Samura, former FIFA General Secretary. And first and foremost, I would like to say that I'm very delighted to be part of this exceptional panel, because it's not always a possibility for women to express themselves and to be part of an agenda when we're talking about agency and promotion of football in general. So even if there is only 2 people in this room, it's worth coming here to have the possibility to really discuss a subject that is very close to my heart, which is the promotion and the development of women football in Africa. When I arrived in FIFA back in 2016, I could see the huge gap between the rhetoric of diversity in football and the reality on the ground. But the good thing was that we had a very clear agenda of reform, whereby under Article 33 alinea 5, each confederation should at least have 1 member among the FIFA Council members. That was the first step that was accomplished back in 2016. Today, we have 7 women sitting on the FIFA Council, including 1 vice president who's sitting with UEFA. Number 2, when I arrived at FIFA, there was 2 women presidents of federation. One was Sonia for Turk and Caicos, and the second one was Aisha Johansson in Sierra Leone. Today we have 10 women who are president of federation. And we have even more in terms of general secretary. 24 women now are at the helm of FIFA administration across the 211 member association. Why I'm talking about numbers? Because certainly visibility should not be symbolic, but numbers matter when you want to change the narrative, because without the statistic, you cannot shape the narrative. And having women at the level of decision-making body takes into consideration the real needs of women when it comes to football. So my take, after having served at the highest level of football in the world, is that when I left FIFA, 43% of the FIFA staff are female, and 3 women are sitting on the management board of FIFA, compared to 0 before 2016. It gives me also pleasure to share with you some important statistics when it comes to the women's game, because we took that work beyond the boardrooms on the pitch. We went from a 24-team squad participating to the World Cup to 32 back in 23 in New Zealand and Australia. We had 2 million people watching the games. We got 2 billion people following the matches on social media platform. You all remember the difficulty we faced to seal the deal when it comes to the broadcasting right. 3 weeks before the kickoff, the 4 major countries of women football did not want to pay the right price to broadcast. But we were ready not to have a contract with them as long as they were not coming with a better deal. So today, we are definitely paying more than 2016. We all remember the prize money for Canada was 15 million. It went up to 50 million in France and to 150 million in New Zealand and Australia. And this is not all. For the first time in New Zealand and Australia, we considered the Women's World Cup as a standalone product. Before 2023, when you buy the right for the Men's World Cup, they just give you, in addition, the right for the Women's World Cup. It had no value. It was just a bonus for you. We broke even. The cost of the World Cup was 375 million. We made 570 million out of this competition. So when you are able to monetize a product at its right value, you can be strong when you are in front of investors. And today for Africa, this is where I want women football to go, because half of the African population are women. And it's those mothers that run from shop to shop to pick up the jersey for their boys. They are the ones selecting the program of sport that the kid will have to follow after the classes. They are the one also making sure that the boy or the girl does not miss any competition. So there is an untapped market in Africa and in women football that need to be explored. But to do that, what do we need? Definitely infrastructure. Today, we are lacking the basics when it comes to women game. I remember my last conversation with the former president of Senegal, Macky Sall, while I was really making a plea for him to give the Stade Demba Diop as a dedicated woman for football. Because I learned in my own country that the only moment where women could play football was in the early hours of the day, and in a stadium that was located 30 kilometers away from Dakar, or during the late evening, which put their life in danger. Dedicated stadium, and not only giving them time when there is no thing plan for the boys. This is something that should also change. Second, the infrastructure. Just amending the way, the configuration of the dressing rooms can make a big difference. And I witnessed this in person when I was in Australia and New Zealand. By just putting doors on the restrooms, you could preserve the privacy of the players, and they feel more comfortable to be coming out and playing. In South Sudan, a very simple program of $50,000 changed the life of the national team. Girls were missing 8 days every week because of their menstruation. They could not play games because they don't have proper sanitary pads. A simple association with an NGO that was based in Senegal could help 2 of the girls at the national team to be drafted, and they are now playing in Europe. So to me, reshaping the world passed definitely by the numbers, but most importantly, it's a cultural shift. We should be now able to break that boys' club. Women should be allowed to occupy more space in women football, and for that, we need to reform the institution, and we need to reform the mindset. These are my first and preliminary answers to how women's contribution to leadership can help reshape the world.
Thank you for that very powerful, I would say, opening segment to this panel.
Okay.
Madam, you want to go?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be with you. I was asked to speak about my journey into football leadership, and I am very happy to share a few reflections on what has been, for me, a rather unexpected but meaningfully journey. So let me start with a small confession. My journey into football leadership has not been a straight line, and yet football has always been part of my life. I grew up in a family deeply connected to football. My mother was both a referee and an educator, and she's still an educator. And my father was a passionate football fan, and probably even a little too passionate on some days, but we know that. So in many ways, football was always around me. So looking back, I also realized that growing up with a mother who was both a referee and an educator probably shaped my perspective more than I understood back at the time. So perhaps it's one of the reasons why the place of women in football has always felt natural to me, not exceptional, simply natural. But my pathway into professional football was different. I did not enter football through the pitch. I entered through law. And that is simply my own journey. For nearly 20 years now, I have worked as an international sports lawyer through my own law firm, supporting athletes, clubs, football federations, and many other actors across the football ecosystem. And a significant part of my work has also been dedicated to supporting African football, particularly African federations, but more broadly, many actors of the football ecosystem on matters of governance, structuring, dispute, compliance, budget, etc., etc. So over time, football became much more than a professional environment for me. It became a space where I realized how much leadership matters, not only on the pitch, but also behind the scenes, in institutions, in governance, and in the difficult decisions that shape football. And perhaps this is my first belief: there is no single path into football leadership. Each of us enters football differently, some through the playing, some through coaching, some through management, law, governance, or other areas of the football ecosystem. What matters is not how you enter into football. What matters is how you contribute once you are there. Alongside my professional activity, I also became deeply involved in football governance in France. I served 2 terms as vice president of the Paris Football League and as a member of the executive committee. So when I later elected general secretary of the French Football Federation in January 2025, it did not feel like a complete change of directions. In many ways, it felt like the continuation of a journey combining the legal expertise, governance experience, and a long-standing commitment to football institutions. So looking back, my journey into football leadership was really a progression of responsibilities rather than a plain career path. And over the time, I realized that football leadership is built through credibility, consistency, and trust. An important part of my journey, as I said previously, was built on with the African continent. And it's important because working with the football federations and many other football stakeholders across Africa profoundly shaped my understanding of football leadership, because football in Africa is often much more than football. It's about youth, it's about opportunity, it's about identity, development, and hope. And it's also reinforced something I strongly believe. Football creates connections between people, between institutions, and of course, continents. And I truly believe there is a meaningful relationship between Africa and Europe through football, with many opportunities to learn from one another and to build together. I would also conclude and say a word about women in football leadership in general, perhaps because of my own background and the women I grew up around in football. I have always believed that women belong in football governance, not as an exception, but as a part of the natural evolution of our sport. The increased presence of women in football leadership in recent years, as indicated by Fatma Samoura, is not only important, it's logical, because women represents 50% of the world's population, and for a long time, football governance did not fully reflect that reality. So things are changing, perhaps not as fast as we would wish, but they are changing. And I believe that bringing more women into leadership is not simply a question of representation, it is also about broadening perspectives, enriching discussions, and strengthening institutions. If there is one thing my journey has taught me, is that football leadership is built over time through experience, credibility, trust, and a willingness to contribute. And I still see myself very much on that journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel, for that. And I move now to Madame Bestine. And just adding to what has already been said before by Madame Fatma and Joel, how does presence of women in football governance transform decision making? Sorry? For Bestine, yes? Okay. How does the presence of women in football governance transform decision making?
Bonjour mesdames, messieurs, et merci de cette invitation dans votre beau pays qu'est le Cap-Vert. Je suis très heureuse d'être là pour répondre aux questions et de participer à cet échange. Alors, la présence des femmes dans le football, c'est d'abord, ça change, à mon avis, à mon sens, profondément la nature des décisions. Parce que les femmes introduisent, je pense, une diversité de concertation, d'analyse et même de vision à long terme. Je continue? Oui. Vous avez la traduction en français? Non, il faut traduire. Oui, tu traduis au fur et à mesure. Non, elle ne traduit pas. Donc je répète, je pense que c'est...
Je ne savais pas que je devais faire ça.
Si.
Il ne faut pas faire ça, Mike.
Okay. Donc je voudrais répéter, je pense que la présence des femmes est très importante puisqu'elle change véritablement profondément la nature des décisions, avec plus de concertation, peut-être plus d'avis et beaucoup plus de vision pour l'avenir à long terme.
So I want to say that the presence of the women in the governance of the is good for football because with their identity, with the fact that they challenging the football. I can say that. Je suis trop stressée.
C'est bon? Ok. En fait, elle transforme réellement non seulement la question de représentation, mais également une vision stratégique et des priorités, et puis des méthodes de gouvernance qui sont peut-être différentes de celles des hommes. Une gouvernance peut-être plus inclusive, beaucoup plus proche des réalités du terrain et peut-être aussi, à mon sens, plus orientée vers le développement durable.
With their vision, they construct a different kind of football. With their vision, they allowed I don't know. They allowed to with their vision, they allowed to with diversity, with the more inclusion. Their vision is more inclusion and more sustainability also.
Oui.
Sorry.
Okay. Et aussi, je pense que les femmes apportent de nouvelles pistes, comme des pistes sur des points plus spécifiques qui sont tournés vers la femme, comme des questions de maternité, d'accès aux soins, de protection.
And also they bring a question more pertinent as the protection of the women, the maternity, they bring a pathway more relevant as the question as maternity, the way that we take care about your health.
Voilà. Donc leur présence a vraiment de véritables impacts sur d'abord la gouvernance, comme j'ai dit, beaucoup plus inclusive, une gouvernance plus équilibrée.
So their governance is more inclusive, more equity also.
Je crois qu'elles sont aussi beaucoup plus attentives à tout ce qui est impact social, enjeu social.
And also they are more aware about the social impact.
Et alors elles prennent aussi plus en considération le développement du football de base, la formation des jeunes, une priorité sur les questions d'éthique, de protection.
And also they take care, they pay more attention to the football grassroots, to the youth footballs and women's football.
Oui, je dirais même qu'en fait, elles redéfinissent peut-être des priorités stratégiques.
And also they redefine the strategic priorities.
Je peux aussi dire que la montée des femmes dans les organes de décision pousse aujourd'hui à investir davantage dans le football féminin.
And also the increase of women as board members in the important boards.
À développer les compétitions féminines, à plus les professionnaliser.
Also help to develop women's competition and also to help them to become more professionals.
Et aussi, surtout, à apporter des politiques d'égalité, des politiques d'égalité de chance, des politiques de respect.
And also to bring more respect politics, more equity politics.
Oui, de nouvelles opportunités.
And the new opportunities.
En fait, avec la présence des femmes, cela change la vision du football.
with the women's presence, that's changed the vision of football.
C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, le football féminin ne peut plus être considéré aujourd'hui comme un projet social.
So that means the women's football cannot be anymore considered like a social project, just a simple social project.
Mais comme un véritable outil de développement social, culturel, économique.
But like a tool, a real tool to develop the society.
Je pense qu'il y a aussi une amélioration, on peut constater une amélioration de la transparence dans la gouvernance.
There is also, she thinks that there is also more transparency and in the way that the governance is made.
Les femmes ont aussi peut-être humanisé la relation dans le football en apportant en mettant l'accent beaucoup sur la confiance, la protection des joueuses au même niveau que l'intérêt financier.
So the new women in boards, they bring more confidence. They bring more confidence. They bring more respect for the youth football, for the women's football. They bring more equity, social equity, for the improve of all the environment in the football governance.
Il y a d'ailleurs des études qui ont été menées des études de gouvernance qui sont menées dans les organisations mixtes. Et on constate véritablement que les décisions qui sont prises sont beaucoup plus équilibrées et beaucoup plus durables.
So there is we can say information that allowed us to understand now there is more equity regarding the decisions, because when there is women in boards, the decisions there is more equilibrated.
Je pense que les femmes apportent une culture de dialogue, une meilleure gestion des risques et aussi beaucoup plus d'éthique et de responsabilité.
So she thinks that a woman brings more social dialogues, brings more equity, and brings more good balance between once they are in boards regarding the governance.
Également, une meilleure compréhension du football féminin, du football féminin, du marché du football féminin.
Okay, and also a better understood of the market of women's football.
Peut-être plus attentive aux attentes des athlètes, des joueuses, plus intéressée également à l'après-carrière du football. Le football seul n'est pas le seul intérêt. Il y a également aussi les métiers dans tout l'écosystème du football qui intéressent également les femmes, la gestion des femmes.
And they are also more aware about all the facilities, about all the possibilities the women have now, not only in the pitch, but also around the pitch, because there is an ecosystem. There is different possibilities for women. And as a woman, she thinks that today we are more non, qu'aujourd'hui, tu sais qu'il y a plus d'equity.
Et de responsabilité.
Yes, more equity and also much more responsibility, because as a woman, we feel more responsible regarding the position that we have in the football business.
La présence donc des femmes amène, je pense, aide les institutions sportives à prendre des décisions qui seront beaucoup plus pertinentes, plus stratégiques, plus humaines, plus protectrices aussi des joueuses.
Donc, regarding the fact that we are aware that we can take more decisions, more structured decisions, more humanizers, and more equity regarding the football of the day.
Je suis convaincue que de voir des femmes à des postes de décision change véritablement la culture du football, parce que ça renvoie à beaucoup de messages.
And I trust that the fact that there is a lot of women leading some important position in football, that give a lot of message.
Ça inspire les jeunes filles.
That inspires the youth.
Ça déconstruit les préjugés. Ça sensibilise aussi nos communautés, les sociétés à l'égalité des chances et au respect. Et puis ça renforce le leadership féminin, bien sûr.
So this give more importance to the leadership. So give more importance, and we feel more brave as a woman because we are leading and
Je ne sais pas
fatiguée.
Je ne sais pas à quel niveau elle est de traduction.
Oui, on se sent plus brave comme femme parce que
Voilà, en fait, la gouvernance des femmes est un réel levier de transformation sociale.
Je sais pas dire levier. So that means the governance of women is a real empowerment and a change for the social position. The fact that we are leading in the social and leading position.
Oui. Ce n'est pas un symbole, c'est véritablement un levier de transformation sociale.
It's not just a symbol. It's not just a symbol, but it's something.
Perçu comme stratégique.
It's something as must be seen as a strategy.
En fait, en conclusion, je dirais que la présence des femmes ne transforme pas seulement les préjugés ou la réalité, mais vraiment, ça apporte des décisions nouvelles avec une nouvelle façon de réfléchir et de gouverner.
So the presence of the women in the football business lead us to reflect, lead us to govern in the very, very strong way. And with all the capacity that we know that we have. Okay.
Elle transforme souvent le comment et le pourquoi des décisions, comment elles sont prises les décisions.
Our position transform often the how and the what the decision is taken.
Je pense que vraiment la présence des femmes ouvre véritablement la voie à un football qui est beaucoup plus inclusif, beaucoup plus humain, beaucoup plus protecteur et beaucoup plus proche également des réalités du terrain.
So she thinks that the presence of women brings more humanity, brings more arms, more responsibility in the field. That means that we are more close to the field because we are real.
Et pour finir, elles apportent réellement une qualité globale de la gouvernance.
And to hand, the women brings a real quality in the good governance by their presence.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christine, for that, and Maria for playing the translator role. I'll move on to Madame Samora just to add on to what you already said earlier. And of course, for the interest of time, we also want to finish with the time allocated for us. Do you believe African football is moving fast enough on inclusion at the executive level?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Noor. I think that we are moving slowly but surely. And just to give an example on how women are now being considered as part of the real football ecosystem is the fact that the largest fans attendance in a stadium over the past 5 years has been the final of the Women's Euro. 87,000 people watched the game between England and Germany. It was even more than the Euro final for the men's, and it resulted in a score of 2-1 for England. And the second thing in Africa is that today people are really seeing a few countries making strides on women's football. And I think the example of Morocco is the one that I'm using very often when I'm intervening in conferences like this. Before 2019, women football did not exist in Morocco. Did not exist, simply. So meaning 6 years ago. In 2023, Morocco participated in the extended FIFA World Cup. And their performance was considered as very, very good for the first time they were participating in a World Cup. Today, Senegal have also decided to invest a bit more on women football. But what is lacking, and especially on this specific forum that we are attending today, is the fact that I'm sure among all these gentlemen who are all great agents in their respective region, not once has ever placed a woman in a club here. You are doing your best. But what are the impediments for you to really promote? When I finish, okay. So 2 out of, I don't know, 50, meaning that we are not walking the talk when it comes to really promoting it at the level of the continent. We have the best players playing in the European clubs. And the day where we can have a stronger league and a stronger tournament in Africa that keep our girls, may not be the best, but the second best, and allows them to make a proper living of football, we will consider that we have reached the next step. Today, the majority of the girls playing in club are doing it on a voluntary basis. It's like an amateur football. If they earn $100 per month, is already a record. So they're doing it because it's their passion, but very little out of them make it out of living. And this has to change, because we are a continent that is very passionate about football. And women football could really generate wealth in a country. And if we do consider women's football in Africa, not only as an entertainment, but as a real economic horsepower in our continent, we would understand that it's time for us to take it more seriously. And today, with your presence here, I'm inviting you, as you said, to really make that step forward. Start attending games of girls. Start really identifying the best elements that we have in our football, and try to push our national championship to organize more competition, and to try as much as possible to uplift the level by being strong enough to discuss as real partners with the sponsors. I don't see any company in Africa, whether it's national or international, that will not give you listening ears when you are telling them that if you want to be success in your business, you should be allocating part of your earnings, especially about out of your profit in women's football, because we can guarantee you more visibility on and off the pitch. Started by this step. Go and visit the sponsor and push for women football, because it's their responsibility, part of their CRS, to be also promoting equity and gender parity within their own policy. So they should also be able to take part of their revenues and invest it in the women's game. I think the Olympic Committee has done something that is really an example to follow. You cannot go to the Olympic game if you don't have equal number of male and female athletes. It's as simple as that. And if we have for the football to do the same, be it. One of my failure personally when I left FIFA was to close the door on the discussion about equal pay. We are still seeing a huge gap between the prize money that are paid to men compared to what we are paying to women. The day where we will not talk about men's or women's football, and we only talk about football, it means that Africa also has been able to really seize opportunity of this demographic dividend to make a difference in football in general. Thank you.
That was very inspiring. And lastly, to Maria, maybe as we close off this panel, before we open the floor to questions, if any, as the founder and football business leader, how are women changing traditional power dynamics in player representation, negotiation, and football business?
The question is, the response is easy. We are here as a woman. So this is the first topics I can say. So as a woman leading my own agency, it's not easy, but it's, I can say it's, there is all this adrenaline, you know. So we know that we just need to stay focused and try to do our best day by day. Instead of all the difficulties, instead of all the challenges, instead of all the people who doesn't believe that women can also be in a position leading a business in a different way. So the fact that we are here today and we are here having this conference and allow the women to be present in different positions as presidents, as vice president, directors, GS, and more. That means there is a place for us. That means there is a possibility for us to improve and to share our how I can say, our strongness, you know, our power to be in place and represent all the women in the market, in the business. Yes. So should I develop more? Thank you. Thank you. The fact that the association invited me to take this challenge and try to bring all this together to create something, and I want to, okay, not so much to say thank you because it's a real challenge. So times to time you say why I decide to accept this organization, but at the end of the day is the pleasure to see all these people together, all these people who travel to Cabo Verde, and all these people as football good governance believers, we can say, all these people who believe that together we can, together and include women, especially include women, we can do something stronger and better for our football, for our Africa, and especially for our country. So yes, as a woman leading an agency in my own country, and receive all these people and try to give something pleasant to them to see and to feel them happy to be here and happy to be interested in the culture, in the sports, in the country, and see also all the important representatives of the country come here and salute us and accompany us. This is this kind of challenge that women in the game appreciate and must to be salute for, and that encourages to believe and to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amari, and I think that sort of sums it up in terms of the topic of the panel today and what we're trying to put across in a message about women leadership and power in football and sports in general. And maybe just before we close, I'll open the floor briefly, and I insist on the briefly part. I think there's so many questions. And if you can, urge you please keep your questions very brief. Just as a disclaimer, in 20 minutes I have to teach a class, so that's why I'm rushing you. Apologies for that. So I'll take, for the spirit of this panel, I'll take one from the lady and, okay, the three, the gentleman there and there. Sorry, you can ask them after, but keep them brief. Do not do another panel on the audience. So, Madam, if you would like to start, please.
Hi, my name is May from Mission 89 Africa. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. I really appreciate the numbers, the contributions, your story, how you've moved into, how you've grown as a leader within sport for women. My question is, Given that even in Africa football, we are still growing and finding ways to be at the global, I mean, we're at global level, but you know we're still growing. And we see the recent growth of women sports or female football. What lessons do you think we can learn as women in sports leadership to ensure that we don't take as much time that sports in Africa has taken to grow a bit faster? You've mentioned, how to prove some value to women's sports, but is there other ways for us to kind of move it really quickly? And then secondly, how do we get young women, young girls involved in this so that we're not just having this conversation as women who are moving up and just women who are already in the leadership, but how are we making sure that we are grooming the young ones to do even better than what you've done already? Thank you.
Thank you, very good question. I think my first answer would be really to put the responsibility at the level of the federation. Today, we are only asking the member association who are receiving funding from FIFA to report on how best they are using this funding. If tomorrow FIFA decide that I will only pay that money provided that you have 30% of women in your boardroom, that will work. So when you have a voice at the table, you are able to change the narrative and you are able also to shape the decision making at that level. That is number one. Not only reporting on the money we use, but reporting on how far we've gone to impose equity and equality in our member association. Otherwise, you don't get they don't get the money. Secondly, we should be also able to verify on the field that the $50,000 that are allocated every year to women football is indeed used to promote women football and also to make sure that we just don't take any game from the school and just consider them that they were part of the national tournament schedule. No, this has to be professional football or amateur football, but it has to be on a proper women's football calendar, otherwise it doesn't work. We need to be at the Africa level also, as I say, open the door of the men's club. Women are paralyzed by the fact that when they reach the last level of discussion on the board, the decision is already taken by the men. They know who to push, who to support. If you are a woman, you don't have the funding, you don't have the access to the club, the likelihood that your voice is heard is minimal. So why don't we form a women club? Personally, I'm coaching 30 women who are all in a senior position on sports institution, because I'm also a Senate member of the International Automobile Federation. Women who are between 35 and 50 who have reached the plafond de verre, as the glass ceiling, and we think that their career will stop there because they don't have the level of influence or the level of relationship to be going further. I'm coaching them to teach them how to survive and how to grow in a hostile, also male-dominated organization. And we at our level, when we are about to retire or when we have spare time, we should be really putting our efforts in mentoring the next generation. And this is really now what I'm devoting my life, making sure that women between 30 and 50 who are in a senior position can even go take leadership position. And that should be also my message today. When we live here, we don't consider that we have done our part, because our part will only reflect what we really want to do when we are able really to change the narrative on women football. The other thing is that FIFA is commissioning many studies on women health. Everybody knows that the women career in football is very short. Between the maternity and the responsibility at the family level, at the household level, we spend an average of 6 years maximum, where a man can play for 10 years or even more. So more studies on the reason why this career cannot be expanded should be also considered. FIFA is doing its part by ensuring that each federation has somebody, a focal point relating to mental health, relating also to women protection, relating to the reporting line in case of abuses, making sure that every member association has also somebody trained or licensed in child protection. This should be the norm. This should not be the exception. And the federation in Africa should not be waiting for FIFA to fund this training to be part of the day-to-day operation. And finally, as women, we have the possibility to access those online courses. Today, for example, for the FIFA license agency, there is equity because every single soul can access the platform and take the course. And now you have to make sure that you are regularly updating yourself on the new rules and regulation about the football agent to be as serious, because I know that when it comes to ethics, the women are far better than the men. I'm sorry, and this is also something that we are putting on the table. In terms of transparency, we are more transparent. When we receive, we report, and we report with transparency. So this is something also that we are adding on the table. But we need also to be speaking to communities. In Africa, unfortunately, still many communities consider that when it comes to football, it's too serious for a woman to be knowledgeable, unfortunately. And we as women leaders in football should be adding our voice to that of the players in the community and support them. When I was in FIFA, I would always use women players to talk about education, because everybody say that if you have 4 hours of playing football, you are more likely to be the best mother and the best educator, because it pushes you to also excel in education and in studies. So we don't have to explain to all the men here how critical it is for us to have women in sport, because it changes society. And ultimately, this is the reason why we are in Africa. We want to transform Africa. We want to make Africa proud of its sons and daughters. And for that, sport in general and football in particular are one of, I think, the best vehicles and the best tool to reach that transformation. You cannot develop a continent by letting half of its population on the side road. That's not possible. And no donor will accept to put money in your company if you don't have in your program, specific program to promote gender. And Africa is losing enormous resources from the multilateralism just because we are not good in talking about or involving women on the decisions that we are taking, and that is impacting the life of our communities. So we can continue the discussion because I'm very passionate about women's empowerment in general, and to me, FIFA has opened my eyes after my 21 years with the UN through sport. The first time I've seen 2 communities in Rwanda accepting to work together was around a football pitch building after the genocide. When I was serving as a humanitarian actor in Liberia and in Sierra Leone, the only moment where those child soldiers will accept to lie down the arms was whether it was raining and when there was a football match on TV, just to tell the importance of football as a means to restore peace and to consolidate also social cohesion. Thank you.
So I have to stop you guys here. I mean, the panelists are here.
We can continue.
They're here tomorrow as well. I'm really sorry.
No, we can continue.
I'm really sorry. It's the problem is me. I don't have time.
No, you can go. We can continue.
Yeah? Okay.
No problem. We will,
All right.
we will facilitate.
Okay. Fine. You don't
Thank
need
you,
any
Noor.
more.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
But I'm told I have to stay on just before I go.
Hello? Yes, mine is not a question. Thank you. Mine is a tribute to the women of Africa, our mothers who are sitting here. Yesterday was Mother's Day. So I want to salute and give you tribute that we are very proud of you. You are the pioneers of women's football of Africa and the world. So therefore, let us give you our flowers while we are still alive and at this important conference. So my tribute is just to all the women and our pioneers. Mother's Day was yesterday, so we celebrate you. Thank you.
I'll see you after. So, bye.
My name was announced as a future FIFA General Secretary and as the first woman from Africa occupying this role. But I was told that many jaw dropped in the room because they were saying, but what is this woman who has knowledge of football administration doing in football? But I think after a few years at FIFA, they really understood that I was not there to referee. I was there because FIFA was considered as a toxic brand. After the May 2015 big arrest of many football leaders at the Borolak, FIFA has no choice. They were looking for somebody that can salvage football. And President Infantino, whom I have met once in my life in Madagascar, thought I would be that person. And whenever I'm explaining this experience, I'm telling always at the end of my speech, a dinner changed my life. Because it was during a dinner that I had the privilege of meeting the person that became later the president of FIFA. And because also I had a serious background in working in crisis country, I've served as a UN official in all the countries in crisis from 95 to 2016. I was in Angola, I was in Afghanistan, I was in Somalia, I was in East Timor, I was in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Somalia. So that forged me to really be the person I think that was associating both a good humanitarian and background, somebody that can manage crisis, and also somebody who understands that this world is a world of communication, but also a world where women should be given more space in a sport as popular as football. I'm also a passionate of football. I started loving football when I was 6 years old, when this gentleman that we all know as Pelé won for the third time in 2017 the World Cup. I think that was the first time in history that a country was a winner of the World Cup in three times. And it was a game in Mexico City in Azteca Stadium that will be also hosting this year the FIFA World Cup. And the performance of that young player really marked my life forever. And to be honest, I never, I wasn't afraid to take up this position. I wasn't afraid because they had messed it up, so they were looking for somebody to help President Infantino in his new functions, and he found me, and I think I gave that human face of football. Yes, and I'm happy that Africa is considering me as a trailblazer and as somebody also that has contributed to the development of women football. But thank you for your support, because without you guys, especially my African brothers who are president of a member association in football, my journey would have been more bumpy, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Fatma Samoura, for sharing those beautiful stories about your experience with us. Merci aussi à Joël Monlouis, Bestine Kazadi et Maria Tavares pour cette discussion enrichissante et essentielle sur la place des femmes dans l'industrie du football. On les applaudit bien fort pour les raccompagner à leur place. Alors, on a vu que vous étiez très intéressés par tout ce que nos panélistes ont dit. Elles sont encore là toute la journée, également demain. Nous avons un espace networking. Et pendant le déjeuner ou pendant les pauses café, vous pourrez, à votre guise, discuter avec elles. On applaudit encore pour nos panélistes, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre cette conférence avec une présentation académique et stratégique autour de l'éducation dans le football moderne. Nous avons l'honneur d'accueillir Dr Serhat Lilmaz de Loughborough University pour une présentation sur le thème FIFA Parent Education on Football Agents, l'éducation des parents sur le rôle des agents du football selon la FIFA, un sujet essentiel à l'heure où de plus en plus de jeunes talents africains évoluent dans un environnement footballistique complexe, nécessitant davantage d'informations, de protection et d'accompagnement des familles. Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'accueillir chaleureusement Dr Serhat Lilmaz.
Okay, just give me a sec before my presentation comes up. Okay. Well, let's make a start. I'm Dr. Serhat Yilmaz from Loughborough University in the UK. Some of you may know the university, some of you may not, but it's got a long sport tradition, currently world #1 for sport-related studies. And over the years, through the university, I've been working with FIFA and predominantly around agent education and agent CPD, those who are licensed and who has got right to authorize, authorization to work with minors, might have completed the CPD we designed for the representation of minors. But I want to talk about this latest work with it, okay? And for me, this is really close to my heart because, first of all, I think it's groundbreaking work. Let me say this. And just building on this, and why I said this, because building on this panel, excellent panel we just had, you know, when we talk about football or sport ecosystem, and we want the system to be inclusive, equitable, diverse. Actually, in my view, one of the neglected stakeholder of the ecosystem is football parents. Parents. You know, if we think about parents, they involve in the child football journey, but unfortunately, first of all, they are not recognized as a stakeholder. And then they don't have much voice either. And these were some of the motives. So when I engage with FIFA and discuss about empowering football parents, with respect to their role and supporting their child in engaging with agents, okay? So this is how this education has emerged. But to my knowledge, I know there are some ad hoc parent educations at national levels. To my knowledge, this is first time for FIFA, and we closely work with also FIFA working group, agent working group, and in March 2026, this education is now globally rolled out through FIFA. Okay, so. Okay, so what I want to talk about, first of all, why parent education? Okay, I already told you that in my view they are neglected, but they perform a fundamental function in grassroots and youth elite football. But I also want to bring you some research insight, because we have been researching young talent and football ecosystem, and I want to briefly present what we find about football parents, which I define as the need to empower football parents. So that was our starting point. Then obviously we need to think about also what we want to achieve through this education. And when we are educating parents, what role we want them to play when they are supporting their child in engaging with agents. So therefore we needed a role, and this role, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be draconian and hierarchical here, dictating a role. I'm sure some of you are parents. I'm a parent. I've got 2 boys, and I'll do anything for them, right? Any parent would do that. But still, for the educational purposes, we thought we need a conceptual framework to think about the role of the parent, particularly when the child engages with an agent. So I'll briefly talk about this, the right framing of the football parent's role. And then the next challenge was in the process, so once we define that role, then we need to also think about how do we structure this education, right? So how do we make education make sense to a football parent? It is a challenge, because when we think about football parenting journey, and let's think of this as like with respect to the football child engaging with an agent, you might have a parent actually where their child maybe is not at the right age as yet for representation, right? You might have those. Then you might have a parent whose child is already youth elite level with a potential professional contract, right? And already with an existing representation relationship with an agent. So there's a spectrum there, isn't it? So you might have a parent whose child is starting the journey, and maybe it's too early to think about engaging with an agent, or you might have a parent who is at the other side of the spectrum. So I'm going to talk about that, because this is how we conceptualize the engagement with the agent, which gives us a framework for the education. And then finally, the final thing I want to talk about is then what type of education. So we need to also make this education accessible, relatable, right? So what type, what format? Okay? So first, 4 things. But let me present some of the research, okay? Actually, I've been undertaking collaboratively with a number of colleagues. Dr. May Cora here from Mission 89, we closely collaborated on some of the projects. But we have been doing a lot. a lot of research around football, young talent, and children's rights. The number of projects we did with UNICEF, and with that work, we try to understand how some of the experiences of the child in football actually creates risks for children's rights and also potentially violate children's rights. Okay? So that was the core focus of the research projects that we've done with UNICEF, particularly UNICEF UK. And then we had European funding, which is actually closely related to this continent. SINAFE project, that was about social inclusion of young African athletes in Europe. And in that, we looked at the migratory process of the young African talent into the EU and the challenges they face in that process. And then recently, I led a project with Mission 89 and CPA UK in British Parliament, who was the main funder of the project, on actually sport trafficking. Okay? We published a report on that back in December 2024. Again, world first, this global thematic report on sport trafficking. But within that, again, we identify issues with football parents. So, let me tell you some of those. Oh, before I go there, sorry, let me also outline some of our methodologies. Through UNICEF projects, we predominantly work with football clubs. So a lot of insight comes from clubs. So we ask them about, what are the risks in terms of recruitment of young talent? What are the risks in terms of working with young talent? So on and so forth. In SINAFE project, we undertook 82 interviews, and the participants were diverse, but that participant pool included agents and athletes, academy managers, club representatives. And on the global thematic report, actually, we have undertaken 2 global consultation exercises. One was during AFCON 2024 in Ivory Coast, and we had 62 selected participants attended that gathering. Then we also had a London event gathering with 28 invited anti-trafficking and sports experts. What we find in UNICEF projects is actually quite scary. From club perspective, clubs were articulated the problem of agent or problematic nature of the agent-parent relationship. Basically, they outline that agents are now closely working with parents. Parents became a primary decision makers in terms of recruitment of young talent. But then in the process, their economic motives are exploited by agents. So therefore, they are manipulated. These italic bold ones, some of the direct quotes from the interviews, but one of the club representatives said, agent penetration into families is getting really dark and murky with our kids. The other said, the parents are pretty easy for sale. So that economic motive that literally, you might have seen some of you in the industry, right? Agent comes, well, I can get your child to this club, we can achieve this contract, so on and so forth, right? So that's the way unscrupulous agents, predatory agents are actually exploiting parents. And they also said, like, parents, they do have lack of understanding about football in general. the families don't know how the system works. If the agent has a good car or picture with famous player, they think he's legitimate. This was again one of the club representatives. And then when we look at data deeper, this engagement eventually, what it enables, actually agent taking control of the child. So the parent or the family is no longer in the picture. The one striking finding was this, in Latin America, with the Latin American club, this one that participated in the study, they sent one of their club officers to visit the family, and mom, she didn't even know where her kid was because he had left home with an agent 3 months ago and had been traveling around the country looking for a team. This is an extreme scenario, but this is a key finding. So, why I am telling you this, in this work, this lack of understanding of the agent work by parents, but also that relationship that undermining the role of parents in the process was a very important finding for us. In SINAFE, this time we are looking at, as I said, this migratory process, and there the general problem was actually lack of understanding and lack of information about migration from Africa to Europe. Many participants said they don't know the process, it's complex, regulations are complex, immigration law is complex. They don't understand it, but also there is not enough information out there. So lack of understanding as well as lack of information. And again, that basically becomes a major limitation within the ecosystem, football ecosystem, because again, that is manipulated. So once you don't know the journey you are starting, then, you know, false pretenses of contracts, moving into another country, most of the time unrealistic expectations in the process as well, that's created. But what is scary in that process, again, there's a family role there, because they lack knowledge, understanding, they have no information, and then again, they almost becoming unintentionally complicit in the exploitation of their child in this process. And I want to link this to the trafficking work, because this common theme emerged in the sport trafficking project as well. This time, participants, they talk about naivety of parents. Again, like how, you know, they believe in these false pretenses. Lack of awareness, again, this time as to the trafficking process. And the power dynamics, again, that's from UNICEF project as well. Suddenly, agent is in control, this predatory agent, and parent is not functioning, right? So we have to fix some of these challenges, okay? So that's why we said, okay, we have to empower football parents. So then the role, what role? We said, okay, we are gonna take the parent as a primary carer and duty bearer towards the child. And that's under, by the way, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's already prescribed in there. This is a global convention which prescribes rights of any child. And that's an individual who is under the age of 18. And then we also said, within the UNCRC, you've got some core principles, the best interest of the child, you know, child right to be heard, right to life, survival, development, and non-discrimination. So we said, if we are defining a role for parent, we gotta put these core principles into the education, into practice. So this was our key framework. Then, as I said, if we wanna basically design something for every parent has a different stage in terms of their child involvement in football, but particularly with respect to engagement with an agent. So we conceptualize this journey in terms of starting with an agent and ending the agent relationship on 4 stages. The first one is pre-engagement stage. So this is a parent whose child might need an agent. And their learning needs are different. Then, second stage, entering into representation. So this is a parent whose child now needs an agent, already thinking about an agent, because maybe child is about to sign a first professional contract or subsequent professional contract, and they need that support. And then the third stage is, once actually there is a representation relationship, there is the basically need to work with the agent, isn't it? And then at the end, that representation relationship comes to end. That's the final stage. And you might have those parents whose child already has an agent, but they are not happy and they want to end that relationship, right? So those profiles. And as I said, depend on where they are, their learning needs are different. And we try to define those learning needs, okay? So if you are in stage 1 as a parent, for instance, the main focus of the learning needs to be about understanding about football agents, the role, regulations, right? Challenges, fake agents, trafficking. When we get to stage 2, it's more about then how do you enter into a relationship? This time it's about, representation agreement, inducements, regulatory aspects, regulatory compliance. And then when we get to stage 3, this time working with agents, trials, transfers, employment contracts, payments to agents. And then finally, how do you end the relationship? That termination, right? So as you can see, different learning needs depend on the profile of the child, profile of the parent, and where they are in terms of their engagement with an agent. So this is the framework of the education. It's stage-based, and each stage there are different learning elements in order to achieve the main learning outcome. And then, as I said, finally, what type of education? We want to make this accessible, and we design 3 educational tools. There is an e-learning element. Any parent can go onto the designated FIFA web page and undertake e-learning through that online site. We also design FIFA Parents Guides. These are practical guides. And then there's also a handbook which brings all of the content together, where parent can just print, save, and work with. Here is the website. So any parent can go. It's open access on the FIFA web page. And depending on which stage they are, that 4th stage, they can just start studying. We designed 18 practice guides, okay? There are so many of those, but these are applied, practical. For instance, we have got step-by-step guide to football agent verification. If you are a parent, someone approaches you, well, I'm a licensed agent. How do you verify that? Right? So we've got a guide for it now. Step by step to how to protect your child from fake football agent. Fake agents are reality, unfortunately. And we somehow need to drive them out of the ecosystem. And we've got a guide for that. Developing a collaborative relationship with football agents. Let me clarify this. We are not here, the aim is not here to empower the parent. Sorry, let me say this again. The aim is here to empower the parent to effectively and collaboratively work with legitimate, ethical agents. Okay? That's our priority. So it's not about getting parents fight against agents. So we empower them so that we can drive out, we can get parents to perform their function so that we can drive out some of those and tackle some of those unethical practices. But in the process also we recognize that agent offers value to a young talent, and if they all work together, the parent, agent, for the best interest of the child and club, and eventually you've got the right sport network. So there are 18 of these, and literally again, a parent can just print them, save them, sign them, but the idea is use them on a day-to-day basis if they need to. And then finally, as I said, all this resource also under one handbook, where again, literally, you might get those where, you know, I don't want to call them old school parents, but I might be one of those. When my sons grab the tablet, I go like, bring my pen and paper. I'm just going to write things down, right? You might get those. They might say, well, I'm going to print this and use it. Okay? So this is all available. Before I finish, this project, last year I was in Rabat for AFAC again. It was under development. Now the work is complete. This is globally launched now, but I don't think our journey ends, okay? For me, and FIFA, Patricio, agent team shared this vision with me, I think we need to make every parent in football aware of this education. So now, this is the next we want to do. How do we actually enable parents to engage with this educational resource? And for me, I think where we really need help also, we need this in every club. Okay? So we'll be working on this. But I hope you find this useful, and I'm happy to take some questions. And I hope, you know, through your network, you put some of these resources into use. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Dr. Limaz? There is one question here.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think my issue is regards to in your presentation, you said that the training of the training and all the empowerment is not solely focused on parents, but both sides, the agents and also the parents. Because I deduce from the program that because the children are minors, they are vulnerable, they are weak persons in society. That is why this program is seeking to empower them. But me coming from Africa, most of the parents, they are the problem. So is a program also tailored to teach them what they should do? Because sometimes the parents themselves do not want the legitimate agents to deal with their kids because of greed for greener pastures. And also, I'm making the statement in the context of Africa, in the context of Africa, not in Europe, not in America, but in the context of Africa, where some illiterate parents will not even, they don't even care where their children will even go. So once they have exhibited some football talent, they have basically abandoned the children for the agents. I've seen some before. The children do not even know their parents. The parents do not even have anything to do with them. So whatever the child is going through is at the behest of the agent. So in that case, where do we balance the responsibility on the agent and also the parent? Thank you.
No, this is excellent, Charles. And let me add this, by the way. The UNCRC, the way the right framing underpinning the education, the parent role, actually we are utilizing the same framing in terms of agent education. So those who has done the global CPD for representing minors, they will note that there's a module 4 is predominantly around UNCRC. And now we are developing the second education of the representing minors course, by the way. That will be available as well. The work is ongoing on that. And that's basically fully underpinned by children's rights. So hopefully you can see how we are trying to connect the dots here. So first of all, we are educating license agents about right-based, right-informed representation. And same ethos and same framework we are using for parents. Okay? So these are the two core stakeholders around the child talent. But I agree with you. In my view, we have to go beyond this. In my view, we also have to educate the child player, but also we have to bring the clubs on board. Then we have got that full circle sport network. I think we have to get there. Then the issue becomes still, can we fully eliminate some of these practices? It's a challenge. What you are describing, a challenge. So to me, if you are a parent, if you are a child-centered, you should never ever let that happen, right? But then in practice, and it's a problem, as long as we strengthen the sport network, we should work towards that. Does this answer the question? Yeah? I think it's a complex, but as I said, we must strive for it and work with other stakeholders on that as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
I still want to ask, in addition to
to
the question asked by my brother, now Africa is a bit peculiar. We're talking about influence of agents on minors and even on the parents. As rightly said, we have instances whereby this parent, they are the one even offering their minor player to this fake agent. I use the word fake agent in quotes, because there will be available evidence to show that this particular individual is not licensed, but because of the promises he has made to them, oh, your son is going to be a superstar in the next 2 years or so, they are willing to part with money and also willing to go the extra mile to ensure that the player go. And there are instances whereby maybe due to some finding by the player himself, is not comfortable with that particular agent, but we see parents insisting that, oh, he did it for XYZ. I believe he can still do it for you. You must go work with him. So in that instance, how do we manage the situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Again, it's a fundamental challenge. So, and we have got the inducement guides, because what you are describing is that inducement, if obviously let's call it intermediary or fake agent, or this unregulated individual. I mean, I'm also very mindful of using the term agent.
Okay, unregulated
Okay.
individual. Yeah, you're right.
Because to me, like, this term agent we interchangeably use, and then the problem becomes, are we referring to someone with a regulated status who is licensed, or are we talking to? So I think as a like industry and as a continental association, it's important to me to use the term agent for those who are formally licensed. Let's call these other individuals unregulated, third party. I think we need a term for it. And then, yeah, I mean, to me, it has to be collective, right? I mean, it is a problem. Hopefully, through this education, parents can recognize some of these things and develop better behavior. That's one thing. And then also, as I said, again, we have to go back to those club academies who actually engage with these individuals, right? Because most of the time, family believes in these individuals because they feel they can offer something, right? So we need to think about that other side of the transactional relationship. That's, to me, the club, academy, whoever are dealing with these unregulated individuals. And it's a big challenge. We did actually, from Rabat onwards, let me say this, we gathered some of your insights. And for instance, one of the feedback was, in early discussions back in Rabat, was actually how much African ecosystem relies on digital technologies like phones and things with QR codes. Therefore now, for instance, we incorporated that. Practice Guides has got their own individual QR codes to enable literally any parent just to scan the code to be able to access the resource. So that was quite specific as a feedback came from Rabat, and we implement that through FIFA. FIFA implemented that design team. And the other thing, some of the core challenges for the continent, fake agents, issue of trafficking, all those actually quite predominant on the education. So this is how I suppose the resources are supporting and quite specific to some of the challenges that you face as a continent. But as I said, our job doesn't stop here. For me, the key thing is now, how do you actually enable every football parent in the continent and globally utilize some of these resources? Okay? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the invite. And it has been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Limas, for this very rich presentation, educating the parents on the role of football agents and also educating the players. Very, very important at the time African football tries to develop itself. Thank you, Mr. Limas. Nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec une présentation tournée vers l'avenir du football mondial, la transformation digitale. Et je vais vous demander d'accueillir M. Oyu Wamidouna Adebiyi. Oyu Ouamidoum Adebiyi, qui représente le fondateur de Ball Business and Ball Bridge, pour une présentation consacrée à la digitalisation dans le football, son impact sur les agents, les joueurs et les clubs, à une époque où les données, les réseaux sociaux, l'intelligence artificielle et les plateformes numériques redéfinissent l'écosystème du sport. Cette intervention apportera un éclairage stratégique sur les nouveaux défis et opportunités du football moderne. Mesdames et messieurs, thanks to welcome Mr. Ouamidoum Adebiyi.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely seeing our faces, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ouamidoum Adebiyi, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Fumbi Ogufuwa, who is unavoidably absent, the founder of Ball Bridge and the CEO of Ball Business. And I'll be talking on digitalization in football, its impacts on agents, players, and clubs. So the thing is, I'll just start plainly. Football has already gone digital. That's the basic truth about it. And if we are talking about getting ahead of the curve, it's already too late for that. And now what we should be looking at is not getting left behind. And I'm pretty sure when we saw the topic digitalization in football, we thought, we're going to be talking about big data, we're going to be talking about analytics, probably even VAR. I think yesterday we had Arsenal play West Ham and, VAR intervened. Probably we thought we were going to speak about that. However, digitalization is much simpler for those of us in football. And that's why I believe, we could talk about registration systems, we could talk about transfer platforms, player databases. I mean, we have very good organizations come up from Africa. We have AfriScout. We have Eyeball, who has been, partnering with various scouting tournaments to provide data for African players in African competitions. However, let's look at digitalization from a different angle. And we'll be speaking about it in terms of pain points. Let's look at it much simpler. For example, as an agent, you're trying to find a mandate 5 minutes before your club asks for it. For a player getting interest from abroad, but no proper CV. And even for a lawyer, I believe we have a lot of lawyers in the house being brought in after the relationship has already broken down, which is usually what we deal with most times. I'm sure Eddie can relate. I'm sure Mr. Pius also can relate. And today we'll just be speaking briefly about what digitalization should mean to us in Africa. Now, I'm not going to bore you with the numbers, telling you about how, in 2025, FIFA international transfer reports told us that we had over 80,000, international transfers. I'm not going to bore you with that, but I'm going to be showing you different pain points, and we are going to be looking at how digitalization can be used in Africa. I'm going to give an example. Few years ago, when I wrote my agent's exam, I went to Abuja, which was the capital of Nigeria, went to the member association, the NFF, wrote my exam, and passed, came out. Now, 2 years later, we have you writing your exam from home. In as much as it was already digital, now it's already moved forward a bit more. And I'm pretty sure a lot of us in the football industry already heard of the partnership between Mundi and the Court of Arbitration for Sports, in terms of integrating CAS cases into the Court of Arbitration for Sports. But for agents, what does this really mean? Now, the old agent was someone, has numbers, relationships with clubs, could pick up his phone and call someone. That was the idea of an agent before. Client relationships, compliance evidence, market visibility, data and documentation, which is what an agent deals with now. And that's why we'll see that we have a lot of 360 agencies. They don't just deal with, finding a club for the player, but they deal with, some agencies have their own legal departments. For example, World Business has its legal department. Agencies also deal with image rights of their players now. They enter into commercial deals. They enter into finding houses for their players, which is other services that agents provide. And I want us to imagine a situation where in Africa, most people feel the job of an agent is very easy. They tell you, it's not just to call a player and link him with a club in Europe. But the truth is, it's much more harder to move a player from Africa to Europe. And I'm sure that everyone that has done a transfer of a player from Africa to Europe would agree with me that it is very, very difficult to move a player to Europe straight from Africa. Now, based off of what an agent does now, an agent would deal with managing player expectations, managing parent expectations, club interests, contract renewals, visa questions, trial opportunities, and the likes like that. Now, imagine an agent is adding documentation to it, adding representation agreements, adding compliance regulations. The FFAR, which was brought into force in October 2023, tells you that although we know that some sections are currently suspended due to the injunction given at the court of the EU. But we know that agents must submit, transfers, their representation agreements, must comply with certain compliance regulations by FIFA. So you have to do that. You have to do player CVs, you have to do highlight videos, you have to do passports, medical records, and the likes like that. Now imagine doing that for 10 players. Imagine doing that for 20 players. Imagine even doing that for 5 players. It is very difficult. It is very difficult. In the past, you could just, pick up your phone and call and say, yo, I have this player, so and so. But now, it is difficult to do all those things without having it in a centralized system. Now, I want to ask us a question. How do we think big agencies like, the Justitutes, the CAA bases, and the likes like that, how do you think they manage their system? It's through a CRM tool. And it's funny because that was last month. Someone from one of these big agencies reached out to us at Ballbridge asking, to have a demo of our platform, which is one of the tools they were looking at implementing for their CRM in-house tool. And the thing is, digitalization for an agent should mean not overworking yourself, because it means using digital tools to improve efficiency. It means using digital tools to improve and optimize your operations. So it means that everything that you have should probably be in one place. And it's funny because At Ball Business, sometimes we take people, we prepare them for the FIFA agents exams. We have a community where people teach themselves, a community of over 1,000 people. And we realized that a lot of them couldn't even use a computer, and they were preparing for the exams. And it's very, very funny to think that they also want to become agents, and they want to write an exam that requires them to log into a digital platform and use it. And I'm pretty sure that if we think about it, we would not even imagine that people who want to become agents can use a laptop. Now imagine that you have just one source of truth for everything you want to do. At Ball Business, for example, we have our own internal CRM tool, where if we bring on a client, the client just logs into our portal, and we can onboard the clients from there. It means every single thing about the client is there. And it means that even if I am in America, I'm in the US, and I need to do something for a player, I don't have to start calling anyone. I can log into my platform wherever I am and deal with what I need to do for that player. It means that even when I have a case at the PSC, I can pick up my phone, log into my portal, pick up all the documents I need concerning that case, and do what I need to do from where I am. I don't have to start calling anyone and saying, oh, I need this document, I need that, I need this. And it's funny because a lot of us don't know that AI is actually here to take our jobs. And the future of agency is now people who can rely on digital tools to, leverage and optimize their operations. Sorry. Slide. I'll come back to this page later. Okay, so in, I think, 2022, 2023, a news came out and said De Bruyne, didn't use an agent, and he just used data-driven analysis and legal advice, and, represented himself when he signed his contract with Manchester City. And it's funny because even FIFA, in their regulations, now put it there that as an agent, you cannot put in any clause in your representation agreement that says that a player cannot represent himself. And you said AI will not take our jobs. But it means that even this ex-Man United player uses ChatGPT as his agent. He said agent's fees are 5%. ChatGPT is £15 per month for premium. By using it, I managed to secure a better signing on fee and use more money directly into my pocket. So the truth is that for agents who are not able to level up, who are not able to look inward and pick out something they can use internally, the future is very, very bleak, and they are at risk of being left behind. Now, let's even look at players. Let's look at it from the side of players. Because of globalization, a player's brand is much more larger than what it used to be. And it's funny because when I first got into the industry, we're trying to secure a transfer for a player to a club in Portugal. I think our second or third division. And we leveraged on our relationship with certain people and spoke to one or two guys, and we're like, okay, we're going to try and link you up with the sporting director, and you just have to send in the videos. Because the truth is, scouts do no longer necessarily want to come. They can just stay back, you send the videos, they review it and analyze it with all their tools. Oh, is this player fit for our performance? Does it fit our performance analysis? What our team does and everything. And, we've already heard news of Mohamed Salah and how he was signed into Liverpool. So we got in touch with the sporting director and we sent a video. Now, before we did this, I always thought that you just have to send in a video. And as long as the player is good, he gets signed. But I think that was the first lesson I learned about the industry and about agency in general. Because even though the player was good, which the person credited, he stated that the videos were very, very poor quality, which is something that we see even today. I think still last month, I got a message into my mail about an and agents who said, okay, you know what, I have this player, let's work on a deal together. I checked it because we have an internal checklist. So when you send us a profile, we put it into our checklist. Does this player fit in our parameters? Because we do not just represent anybody. Does it fit into our parameters? And when I checked it, the first major thing on our parameters is the video. What is the quality of the video? Now, for agents, it means that you're not just thinking about, is this player good? You're thinking about, is this player, is his CV good? Is his video good? Is video quality good? And it's funny because a lot of players from Africa, a lot of teams from Africa, they don't have good videos. And that's the basic truth. And it's funny because a lot of us don't even know this. And for me, that was my, I don't want to say big break into the industry. And I started to think about it. It meant that for us to scale and to compete, because players, when you even approach them to say, oh, I want to represent you, trust me, it is an interview. You're talking to them, but they are scanning you. Is this agent worth aligning with? Is this agent's digital footprint good enough for me? You see a lot of players, they'll tell you, oh, what links do you have with, what clubs do you have for me? And you can't say, oh, I have this club for you, because it is left to the club to determine whether or not the player is good. And I want to ask all of us a question. If we search for our own agencies online right now, what comes out apart from maybe the websites? That's even if we have a website at all. Or even your names. If you search for it, what would come up outside of your Facebook account or maybe your LinkedIn account? Can we do that? Is it possible? I did a lot of call for you. Sorry? Yeah. And for agents saying that you want to leverage on a player's brand and get him sponsorships, but for you yourself, you don't have a digital footprint. These are the little issues, because the truth is, I can come here and start showing you, okay, ball bridge, we have this, we have that, but we decided, no, let's speak to the pain points that agents actually face from day to day. And let's look at it and say, football doesn't necessarily even need a lot of technologies, but it needs better systems. Systems that can help us level up, systems that can help us optimize our operations. And even when we look at clubs, we see that for a club, digitalization is also important because, you know, for many clubs in Africa, I'm very sorry to say this, but most clubs don't even know when players' contracts will end. So you're a sporting director, and you can't say, okay, I have a spreadsheet, you know, that tells me, okay, I have these clubs, I have these players, and their contracts are going to end in 2028. We work with, we have a club on a retainer. I'm not going to mention the name. We have a club on a retainer, and we legit have to constantly remind them that, do you know this player's contract is going to expire? What are you doing? And that's how you can optimize your performance. And we'll say that, oh, okay, what's the difference between Africa and Europe? Basically, the difference is the foundational things. Before you even think about the VARs, before you think about performance analytics, what are you doing to ensure that your day-to-day activity as an agent, as a club, and as a federation, what are you doing to ensure that these things are working effectively? You know, clubs don't even know that, they don't even know the players that have a sell-on clause. They don't even know which player has a trial request, when registration is incomplete. And it's funny because, you know, we have the safeguarding toolkit, which FIFA gave to us and said, oh, okay, every child, not even just in football, every child has the right to be protected. But how many African countries have a DBS system saying that, okay, for you to work with children, you have to be, we have to be sure that you are not a sexual offender. How many African countries have that? And if we look at it, let's even bring it down to the federations also. Let's bring it down to the federations also. These are things that they need to implement. Let's forget about performance analytics and everything. These are things that they need to implement to ensure that African football as a whole, you know, grows to a level that we want it to be. And let me walk you through a workflow. For example, a ball business, when we bring in a new client, what we do is the client logs into a client portal and we see everything. We know everything we want the client to see. Now, if the client says, okay, I need this thing, we assign it on the CRM tool and say, okay, this is what you need. Bam, 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 you've gotten it. Now, imagine you as an agent, you have a CRM tool, or you have one place where all your documents are on. One place where, you don't have to use WhatsApp. And I'm talking, maybe I'm working with Mr. Michael Shodeke on a deal, for example, and all our conversation is on WhatsApp. We have a lot of conversations, informal requests, everything. But nothing is documented. Nothing is kept in one folder that you can say, okay, I need this information on this player and I can get it pronto. So we need to start thinking smaller in a way, looking at the little things. How can you improve your day-to-day performance? And the thing is this, a lot of people always say that there is too much risk in globalization, there's too much risk in digitalization. And it's true. Every single thing that has a merit has a demerit. And the truth is, for example, my business card has a QR code. It means I can just show you the QR code, you scan it, it gives you all my information. I don't have to start telling you about myself saying, oh, this is who I am, I'm fast. And for an agent, time is probably one of the most important things that you can basically even do. And it's funny because a lot of people tell you, oh, AI, which is something I did because I'm also a lawyer. And I said, I prefer for clients to go and use AI to draft contracts because they will eventually end up coming back to me and I'll tell them, okay, now you could have paid less, to prevent this issue from happening, but now you have to pay more because now I have to represent you probably at the PSC or, even in normal courts, depending on the type of contract. But the truth is, AI is also developing. It is growing. And trust me, the level of AI 2 years ago is different from the level of AI right now. And right now, we have legal databases. We have legal tools for even drafting contracts. AI specified for drafting contracts. Obviously, you still need expertise to just review it a little bit. But the truth is, we need to start opening our eyes to these things because those are the ways we can actually level up and meet, our counterparts in Europe. And we need to start thinking more in a collaborative sense. So if you're like, okay, it is very difficult to create a CRM tool for myself, you can, look at other agents, form a group, and say, okay, you know what, let's have a CRM tool for ourselves. Let's create it together. So it doesn't have to be you yourself creating it. And the thing about digitalization is this. When we created Ballbridge and when we created our CRM tool, we didn't even need it at that point in time. Because at that point in time, when we created it, we probably had, how many clients do we have? We didn't have a lot. But now, at least in a year, we speak to probably like 80 to 100 people. Not necessarily our clients, but that pass through our CRM tool. So we prepared it for when we didn't need it. We prepared it when we didn't need it for when we would need it. So you don't have to be big to start, using digital tools to optimize your performance. And like I said earlier, what Africa needs is not necessarily great technologies. Let's say you create a tracking technology to track how players run or how, no. What we need is better systems. So it means even for the federation, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Michael and the AFAC would share these slides after the presentation. So I'm sorry that I didn't, use the slides. So the thing is this, even for federations, like I said earlier, there are ways to document these things and to track whether or not member associations, the clubs, are being compliant. Because, let's even look at it from a legal perspective. Now, we have a lot of cases coming up at the EU courts, testing what we've known, the football we've known, testing it in relation to competition law, testing it in relation to data privacy. What are the rights of a player in terms of data privacy? Okay, you are using ChatGPT, for example, to do something. What are your rights in relation to that? For brands that use a player's image, what are the player's rights in relation to that? And the thing is, I feel that the only way to stay ahead of the curve, or even not get left behind, is by keying into these systems and ensuring that we can, also collaborate with one another. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you so much, my friend. My question will be on this CRM tool that you've mentioned, because many of us happen to be agents here, and as Riley mentioned, adopting the digital space makes your work easier and also makes it look as if you are very smart. Even as sometimes you lag behind, but because the tools are there, you could actually use them to help to cover some of your shortfall. Now, I understand maybe your company has, will I say, templates or something that agents could actually use, and also, if at all, maybe let's know a little bit about it. If, for example, me as an agent, if I want to sign up to also use your tool, or maybe is it for commercial purpose or for private, or what you've shared with me now is for me to go home, think, and see how I can also develop mine, because I also have a digital background. So I just want to know. Thank you.
I would like to take the two questions together. So,
You can use that mic.
Okay, thank you. My name is Umar Ablayaro. This is a fantastic presentation. But you've mentioned one of the biggest issues academies have in Nigeria and even clubs per se, which is poor quality videos. And some of your own system, before somebody gets into your system, he has to have such quality videos. So I think it's good maybe you talk about how people could be able to get quality videos in terms of, in Africa, there are issues around even the cameras, quality of cameras and things. And I'm aware with some of the phones we have, you could actually get quality videos and pictures and the kind of videos agents want. For example, some of the videos you see they are too close. Meanwhile, you send a video to Europe, they tell you, okay, we want to see the whole pitch, we want to see how he's reacting off the ball and things like that. So I would also want you to at least give a few advice on that also. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I would address Mr. Eddie's comments first. So I think it depends on what exactly you are looking for. Now, the first thing is, before you even think about, okay, I want to do a CRM tool, the tools available to you, how effective are you with them? How effective are you with them? We have spreadsheet packages, we have all that. How effective are you with them? Now, for Ballbridge is majorly a platform where agents can focus on what they actually need to do, which is, interacting with the clubs, and the likes like that. It's more or less like an operating system where you can upload everything you want on a player. It has different tiers, obviously, but for the free tier and everything, you can upload everything you have on a player. You know, you can calculate your commissions, the commissions available to you, how much you're supposed to get for a particular deal. Everything about that player can be put on that platform, which is, you know, obviously personal to you. You know, but if you're talking about an internal CRM tool where it will be for you and your company, it's something that, one, we can also help develop for you, and it's something that you can develop yourself. We can show you, we can give you like, probably like a template or something, you know, but it's something that is essential only when you've already, you know, laid out the structure and everything that you need. And like I said, it's best for you to first start with the tools that are readily available to you. How well can you use, even, it's funny because how well can you even use your Samsung Notes? Or how well can you use your Google Docs, your spreadsheets? It is time for agents to probably leave the papers. For example, I can't remember the last time I interacted with paper because I'm always on the move and I can't be carrying paper everywhere. So everything is on the cloud for me. All documents I need are on the cloud because I need to access them whenever I need to access them. And I can't wait for somebody to grant me access to it or, you know. So first work on the tools you have. First work on your OneDrive, you know. That's the aspect. And, you know, we can always speak about creating a CRM tool for you or, you know, working on the templates with you. Now, concerning videos, the thing about videos is this. I feel that a lot of African agents are always so quick to sign players and say, okay, I want to work with this player. And I think that's where the first issue is. Like I said, our agency, we don't pick up every player. In fact, our rejections are usually more than what we accept, probably even times 2. Because we can't put, the truth is, in football, you need to spend money to maybe even make money or to move players. And we can't put a lot of resources on things that, yeah. So I think the first advice I would tell everyone here is you don't have to represent everybody. And I think it's usually the narrative in African football, and it's even one of the issues with trafficking, you know, because everyone sees football as oil money or big money, and, you know, everyone has to get into it. And because agents are like, you see a player, you sign this player, you see a player, you sign this player, you see a player, you sign this player. Why not focus on the ones you have? You know, find them clubs, find them, because the truth is you really need to invest into videos. That's the basic truth. You need to invest into videos. You need to invest into someone that will edit the videos for you. If you don't have such resources, like I said, you can even always go to Bridge and, you know, just check what we have there also in terms of video highlights, in terms of creating videos for you, you know. But like I said, first things first, don't represent everybody. Second things first, you actually have to invest in videos. Like, you have to invest in videos because I found out that it's even more expensive to bring in scouts from, you know, Europe than to actually invest in videos, in high quality videos. And the thing is, I'm thankful that this is even a stakeholders conference because federations now also know that they need to improve the state of the pitches, the state of the stadiums, the state of, you know, facilities in Africa. Because the truth is this, if I am a scout and I see you playing on sand, I'm automatically out of tune with your video. Yeah, you don't have lines, you don't have the resources or the things that, obviously, if you are probably a very, very, very good talent, I can see something and say, oh, okay, you know, this player is exceptional. But that's like 0.1 out of 100. That rarely happens. And the truth is, I want to tell us that in Europe or other parts of the world, they also have talents. They also have players that are exceptional, or players that are even, in a lot of people's words, maybe average level. And when they look to Africa, they're looking for exceptional talents to compete with the exceptional talents that they have, because they can easily pick, in quotes, the normal average player from the academies, from neighboring cities around them, than to come to Africa and pick those same caliber of players. So when they're even looking to Africa, what they're looking for exceptionally good talent, to compete and say, okay, this player, we brought him in, he has the potential to probably rival our starting striker, or to rival the reserve team, or something like that. So I don't know if I've been able to properly explain that part to you. But yeah, for everyone, yeah, you really need to invest in videos. Trust me. A lot of people might not tell you, a lot of clubs might not even tell you, oh, the video was poor. They'll just tell you, oh, we'll look into it, and you never hear from them again. And the thing is, you also need to be careful about burning your bridges, because, and it also goes back to what I said about not representing everyone. Because if you see a player and you think, oh, this player is very good, based on your own assessment, and the player is not probably exceptional. I'm speaking as a human being now, yeah? If you come to me and that's probably your first trial with me, and I see that the player is not good or the video is not good or whatever, I'm most likely not going to reply you again. And you'll be like, I've been working on this transfer, nothing is happening. That's why the person has probably just erased you from memory and said, oh, okay, this person is not serious. Especially because probably that's one of your first deals with that club. And clubs want to see professional agents that are professional, agents that, don't waste their time. Because I think in the football industry, time is a lot of money. And if you're sending me something that is not worth my time, I'm most likely not going to reply to you again, ever again, unless something exceptional happens. So I think I've been able to address. Okay. Okay, obviously, first thing is quality has to be good. Second thing is it always depends on the position of the player also. Because the things that a video will show for a midfielder is different from the things that it will show for a striker. It's different from the things it will show for a defender. Usually, goalkeepers are even much more difficult to assess, unless it's probably the goalkeeper coach who has to probably even come down to Africa or come down to wherever you're having your tournament to look at the player himself, But it depends on the position and depends on what exactly you want to capture. So for example now, for a striker, if I'm creating a video for a striker, the first things first is you need proper angles. You need to have probably video camera, or if you are using your mobile phones or whatever, you probably have to stay at minimum 2 angles, because you need to capture the whole breadth of the pitch. Now, when you're now editing the videos or, working on the videos, you need to show off the ball runs, you need to show anticipation, you need to show pressing. And these things are always tilted towards the clubs you are targeting, And I was speaking with an industry expert, and she mentioned that most times agents just send these things to clubs without actually doing their research on those clubs. So for example now, there is no reason for me to send someone who isn't skillful, a winger who is not necessarily skillful, to a club in Portugal. I don't know if you're able to get that. So there is nothing that the video even wants to show at all. If I'm sending to a club in Portugal, they're looking for skillful wingers. And this is based off of, analyzing trends, market trends, and the likes like that, which is also something an agent must do. And you need to use digital tools for things like that. Now, if you don't have the time for some of these things, you can always just outsource it out to people, and you focus on what you need to focus on. So about the length of the video, nobody really, really cares about how long your video is, except you. You know, your video can be 10 minutes long, it can be 20 minutes, 20 is too long, obviously. It can be 3 minutes, and it will convey what you need it to convey. It's all about perception and also doing like your research about the club you're trying to offer the player to. Because the thing is, from what we've noticed about market trends and from our research at Ball Business and also Ball Bridge, we realized that a lot of agents, African agents, obviously, don't do research into so many things before embarking on projects. So, for example, now, if I'm signing this player, I must have a random idea of where I want this player to go. Just like a random idea. I'm seeing this player and I'm like, okay, I'm looking at Portugal, I'm looking at maybe the Netherlands, you know, stuff like that. It might be good to you, but it might not necessarily fit into your own framework. You might not necessarily be able to even help that player because all your contacts and resources are in another country. So you might probably now end up spending a lot and not even gain anything. And you just be at a standstill and the player will be like, yo, what's happening? And you can't really give any plausible response because you don't have anything for the player. So first, as agents, you need to use digital tools to do research. You know, what are the leagues I want to look at? Analyze those leagues. You know, and like I said, if you can't do it, you can always outsource it to people, which I feel like as an agent in this day and time is something that you should be able to do because you have the internet, you have so many tools available to you to search and do these things. So you need to research on markets, market trends, what type of players move to what markets. I was speaking with someone last year in February, went for a competition, and she mentioned that every day she always does market analysis, like market trend. And this is someone that's been in the industry for years now. I'm sure if I mention her name, Mr. Michael would know. He's someone that's been in the industry for years. I just started my my little experience in the industry, how many years now, you know. But she always does market trends, market analysis every day. It's like statutory for her. Once she wakes up or once she does this thing, she knows, okay, from this time to this time, I'm not necessarily picking calls, but I have to look at the market. What is the market saying now? You know, to be able to make informed choices. And you can only do that through digital tools. You know, you now put such things on maybe like a spreadsheet or, like I said, your own maybe CRM tool, you know, to make informed decisions. And it means that people that are also coming into your agency, peradventure in the future, you grow your agency to become, to have more than one agent or a lot of agents. People that are coming in, you don't necessarily have to do a major onboarding with them. Work can go on because there's already a system and a structure for them to, you know, follow and move forward. So I hope I've been able to answer your question. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much to Mr. Adebiyi for this very much detailed presentation. Yeah, we should remember, think digital, think marketing, think about investing in good cameras. It's been a long day. I would like you guys to give yourself a big round of applause because you've been an amazing audience. So now, on behalf of the AFA President, Mr. Michael Sudeki, I would like to invite you to grab something to eat. I think it's time, no? For a late lunch, and then in 1 hour, we will be back here in this room for a last presentation and a last panel. Thank you, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue this AFAC 2026 conference with a topic of critical importance for African football and the protection of its youth. We are honored to welcome today Dr. May Ikeora Amangbo, Director of Mission 89 Africa. She will deliver an essential presentation on the theme human trafficking in football. This intervention will shed light on the dangers linked to irregular transfers, false career promises, and the mechanism of exploitation that continue to affect many young African talents. It is a sensitive but fundamental subject, reminding us the urgent need to strengthen players' protection, regulate pathways, and reinforce ethics within football. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you had some food. Give a big round of applause to Dr. May Ikeora Amangbo, Director of Mission 89 Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we've all eaten. I told them that, maybe I should have my presentation before lunch, because usually after lunch, you know what happens? Some of us start to fall asleep. But don't worry, I'm here to entertain you. Okay, I'm waiting for my slides. So, my conversation today is going to be about human trafficking in football. Know the line and protect the game. During the course of today's event, today's conference, conversations about safeguarding has happened. We've had people have mentioned human trafficking, safeguarding, child protection. And it just made me feel like I know I'm in a room where people already know what this is. So I'm not going to bore you with definitions or understanding of human trafficking. But the main crux of my conversation today, or my presentation today, is knowing the line and protecting the game, which is something that is all too common for stakeholders like yourself, agents, because of course the African Football Agent Association and the conference today is really talking about ensuring that regulations are followed and compliance is in place. But for us in Mission 89, we launched a campaign over a year ago called The Line We Don't Cross. And for many years, we've been advocating against human trafficking, not just in football, but in different sports, and we've done that across Europe, Africa, and South America. I'm going to start with, can I use the microphone? Okay. So I'm going to start with the story of a boy named Emmanuel. The story of people like Emmanuel is not actually special. It's not exceptional. It's a story we hear every day, especially when we talk about football in the context of Africa. Yesterday, when I was scrolling through, I was going to send a message to Mr. Michael here, and I saw something on his status, one of those status videos, and it was some boys playing football in the street. And he did put a comment there that was Omo Jero Ravi, Omo Ghetto. And I could understand what he meant, because while I was watching that, I was going like doing this with my head. Oh my God. And they were really playing so well. It's like the only thing left was just to put a beautiful pitch for them to show their skills, because those boys were skilled and they were just playing on the streets of Lagos. And I just said, you could see these boys in the big pitch doing great work and being compared to some of our greatest. And so Emmanuel is one of those boys. Emmanuel, plays football so well, Of course, he's gifted. The whole neighborhood knows him. They know Emmanuel as the boy that plays football so well on the street. And one Tuesday afternoon, a man comes to him, watch him play, and on his phone are photographs of boys like Emmanuel wearing European club shirts, holding trophies, and of course, Emmanuel could see himself as one of those boys. The man says to Emmanuel that he's an agent. He says he can get him to Europe, and of course, family follows suit. They're investing, and Emmanuel packs his bag, and his parents watch him leave. But guess what? It's no club, and there was no agent. Like I said earlier, this is not exceptional. It's the story of many boys we see in Africa. And if lately, even girls, because as we know, women in sports and women footballers are making the game really attractive for women. And I've heard stories, even 2 days before I got here, of women trying to find a pathway to become professional footballers because they can see a good life ahead of that. But you know, whenever we talk about trafficking in sports, most important, we talk about the intermediaries, the fake agents. But in a conference like this, I want to remind you first of the game that we also love. I think it was the lady, during the last panel, one of the ladies said that it was only football that brought people together. It's only football that basically has, brought countries together. People would play football during conflict. People who wouldn't sit in the same seat would sit in the same seat, in the same arena to watch a football match. Football has done things that governments could not do. It has put children through the opposite sides of conflict, like I said earlier. It has produced leaders, philanthropists. We've seen the stories of some of these footballers changing their communities, but it started with a group of people. It started with agents. But first of all, sorry. I think it's going. Why? I think it's going further. Okay. No. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay. Like I said earlier, it starts with the agents. First of all, this profession has changed lives, as we say, and that's where we all start. Today, more than 30% of players in Europe, top 5 leagues, are Africans. Every one of those careers pass through the hands of a licensed agent. This is not incidental, it is the profession, it is what you all do so well. Globally, we're seeing FIFA licensed agents have created the legitimate infrastructure for international player migration. Conversations have been had here today. Agents have challenged FIFA about regulations, inclusion, diversity. Those conversations were had here. After an event like this, you would see conversations being had to implement some of the things, suggestions you've all made. It happens in rooms like this. So whilst, there are people out there, whether licensed agents or not, giving the game a bad reputation, we need to talk about the good things that the agents have done first. In Africa, we've seen African agents becoming architects of their own continent in terms of putting people on the map of global football. Contracts negotiated by African agents have funded hospitals, schools. In experiences, what we're doing here is a testament to your commitment to professional standards and players' protection. I'm here speaking because you as agents made this possible and you deemed what we're talking about today important. African agents have advocated within FIFA forums for stronger protections, and we've seen that done here today. But what is at stake for us here? 15,000 young players trafficked West Africa yearly, 442 illegally traded Nigerian players uncovered in Belgium. And these numbers, sometimes we put these numbers here because we have to put numbers, but every one of us who work in anti-trafficking knows that numbers don't tell us the real story, really. It is so hidden. I've been working in the area of trafficking for over 20 years, specifically on sports trafficking for 9 years. And over time, running trainings, building toolkits, being part of policy change, something I feel that we often miss is not those that are trafficked, it's those who don't get to the point where we would say they've been trafficked in football. For every one person we find being trafficked because of football is thousands of many who were abandoned along the way. Thousands of many who we wouldn't even consider as people who have been trafficked because they've been lured for football. They are in Libya, some of them are in Mali, some of them are in Cote d'Ivoire, in Senegal, and even in Nigeria. They are now domestic slaves, exploited in different ways, whether sexually or through labor. We don't see them, we don't hear them. We are looking for that person that was trafficked. But when we look at, for instance, the way trafficking happens for us in sports, there's trafficking in sports. That's where I feel the number is really low. Then there's trafficking through sports, where people use sports to lure players. And there's trafficking around sports. We find that for mega sporting events. And for years, we've been trying to find a way to define trafficking, sports trafficking. And that led us to, the thematic report, the Global Thematic Report 2024 that we all worked on, and he mentioned it today during his presentation. And our working definition is that sports trafficking is the act of recruiting, transporting, transferring, harboring, or receiving an individual, typically an athlete or aspiring athlete, within or across borders through coercive, deceptive, or other abusive means for the purpose of exploitation in, through, and around sports. Again, working definition. We never had a definition before this. This is a work in progress and a step in the right direction. It might seem so simple, but acknowledging this would mean a lot for many of us who are advocating against human trafficking and ensuring that the sports that we love so much stays, untainted. But understanding which applies to you is the beginning of protection. My topic today is the line, not crossing that line. And one thing I asked myself 3 questions, 3 possibilities. Sometimes the line is blurry for some of us. Sometimes the line is simply invisible. And for some, the line is just crossed. We, as agents, I am not an agent, but nah, I beg you. Some of you are here spending your time talking about issues that matter to you, spent your money, your resource, years of hard work building reputation, and then some people, and I've heard some of you talk about it here today, unlicensed agents, just rips your reputation apart. The aspect of protection is not simply a responsibility to protect people under you. It is, I would say, a necessity to protect what you've all built. So when it comes to blurring the line, these are people who you did not know that the intermediary you worked with was exploiting players. You just simply did not know. But there's a solution. Education, due diligence, and closing this gap Mission 89 has been part of working with FIFA. I've worked with FIFA in terms of building the training, working with FIFA for the training of agents when it comes to safeguarding. The line becomes invisible. You did not see the line because you were not looking for it. The transaction was profitable. The players seemed willing. Asking questions felt like slowing things down. It happens. But here, accountability and professional ethics closes that gap. But then there's those who just cross the line and they don't care. This conference is not for those people. We all know the pathway to, this is James Essen's 2015 pathway to being trafficked. Part 1, I don't want to go through all this. These are just a typical, it's about 10 of it. But I ended in 6 because the steps 7 to 10 are just re-trafficking, criminalization, irregular status, and inability to return home. And the cycle continues that way. Abandonment happens here. Sometimes it gets to the end where people are actually exploited through fake contracts. But what agents must do, and I think many of you already know this, the documents, a player under 18 who cannot say who holds their passport or who is reluctant to discuss it, document control is one of the earliest signs of exploitation. The question is, do you know the signs when you see a player that you're about to take on, being exploited? Controlled communication, unregistered receiving parties, prior debt arrangement, a family asking you to repay an investment, documentation's irregularity, fear, not aspiration, players who express anxiety. These are the red flags we look out for when it comes to identifying, those who are being trafficked or those who might want to exploit some of these young people. But why does this matter? As I said earlier, reputation. Someone from FIFA said here, your license is valuable globally. And someone also questioned, what happens if I don't pay for my license? And he said, it will be taken off you, you'll be stripped of your license. But then he asked, why don't you also protect the other people, the football academy, the member associations who also can be liable? And that was a bit blurry. The answer was not as clear as the question. But if their license are their most valuable asset, it must be protected at all costs by those who might actually reduce the reputation of such license, and that they are also highly recognized, not just here, but in their various countries. Reputation argument is not just about the unlicensed agents, but also the power that FIFA puts upon that license beyond just its global outreach. So the FIFA football agent regulations create a duty of care, certainly, but we all have a duty to ensure that it stays that way. European clubs are blacklisting quietly and effectively. Unlicensed middlemen use their reputation as their cover. Every case damages the entire ecosystem. Fake agents, when people talk about trafficking, they think about agents. But that's not who all the agents are. And we need to make that difference. So for us in Mission 89, we started this campaign many years ago. This campaign started from a doodle on a napkin in Lausanne, in Switzerland, between myself and Lorena, our executive director in Geneva. And something that was just a conversation, not in our game, became one of our biggest campaigns ever. We've done this in 14 countries, in different continents in the world. with several partnerships. We found that everybody is important in this fight against trafficking. Everyone is a stakeholder. You've talked about families, they are part of it. Communities are part of it. Agents, they have the protocol and the power, if not the biggest of it all, to see that it doesn't cross their path without it being checked. But then we came up with another one again recently, the line we don't cross. And it just falls in line with my topic today. For us, this is a declaration committing sports leaders to zero tolerance for exploitation, trafficking, abuse in football. And it's been talked about here, so I'm not speaking to a group of people who do not agree with me. Signing is not that we are admitting that we are guilty. It's basically a statement of values. It says we stand for young people, we reject exploitation, and we commit to safeguarding. And I know we all do here. It names the line, it's not blurry, and it's not seen. It is not rejected. It also shows leadership. We need to take charge of this in Africa, for Africa, protecting would I say, where most of this problem comes from. Africa is a source country for some of these young people who are exploited. And we're not gonna wait for anyone from Europe to save Africa. We need to take charge and take leadership in this. And this builds from our previous campaign, Not in Our Game, where we build awareness, we make sure that every stakeholder is aware, through training, through advocacy, through workshops, that they know that this exploitation should not happen in our game. And for many of us who are in a position of power, not cross the line. So knowing the line and protecting the game equals to protecting the player. I mean, this game, like I said, has done so much that governments cannot do. And we're still here having conversations. And I can see a pathway to greater things, not just for the football sector, but for Africa and for the world. And the agents are in the middle of it all. I want us to use this opportunity of being here, not just to have conversations and go home, but to realize that conversations we had here today, whether it's talking about safeguarding or talking about how we mainstream gender in football, or how we ensure that regulations are not just globally sound, but they are localized, and ensuring that it actually speaks to the real problems of Africa. This is, after all, African Football Conference Association Conference, African Football Agent Conference. So the conversation is African, and the solution is African. Therefore, whatever suggestions we make today must be African. And I hope that we take home something from here, not just, some of us from Africa, but I think FIFA takes something home from me. I've learned so much from here. I've been so inspired by the conversation we've had here. And I can only see great things. And I know that we are going to take charge. We will ensure that the lines are not crossed, not just in Africa, but will become, what I say, an example or a pioneer of how this should look like. Thank you so much for listening to me. Oh, sorry. Huh?
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So, given your mission 89 Africa, how can we better integrate educational campaigns on player safety and fake agents directly to community sports and community schools, given that we are agents and some of us even have foundations and NGOs that work with these children. So how can we partner with you guys and do such things?
Yeah, thank you. We already have a toolkit for our Not in Our Game campaign, and we run it very easily. I used to run these campaigns myself. I started in Lagos. I don't know if you were there for the first one. And we always have a football match when we do that. So we bring them together. And one of the first things I always ask them is how much they love the game of football and what their hopes and dreams are. And you will see that everybody wants to be Ronaldo, and we try to explain to them the real pathway to becoming a professional athlete. The first thing is information, and we give them that information. And we've been working with different people. We're happy to work with as many people as possible because we can't spread the news alone. We can't spread this advocacy alone. We have to do it in collaboration. But one thing I want to mention to you, and I want to plead to everyone that has an NGO that does the similar thing or is looking to do the same thing, is prevention. It's also giving them an alternative to becoming athletes. Every boy or girl that wants to become an athlete does not have to play football or basketball. There is the aspect of education. Some of them, there are some amazing people in the sports industry who are even richer than the footballers. No one is aware of that profession. The doctors, the chiropractors, the psychologists. We need to begin to introduce all of this to these young people. It is not just about becoming Ronaldo. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay. Doctor, thank you very much for excellent presentation. I'm bringing information to you as an African advocate for such important subjects. We don't want our children to be trafficked through, around, and also in sports. That's the keynote I've taken from you. But I will urge you to concentrate on the member associations. All of us here, if anybody has FIFA license, every year you must do a course on safeguarding. If you don't do the safeguarding course, FIFA will not redeem the license for you. All the agents, it's global. Mm-hmm. The problem is member associations. Governance is weak. Compliance is non-existent. This morning, if you were part of us, one of the key concepts our president was emphasizing was that FIFA should be very hard on the member associations. You heard the response? Yes. The response was that they are using diplomacy. This is human rights issue under the United Nations rights for the child. And yet, when it comes, the focus, all your presentation that you did for about 30 minutes is on the football agents. But the major problem is the local member associations. Some of the people who are even involved in this child trafficking through sports are those in governance positions. So I will urge you that in as much as you are promoting, you are doing this, the attention should go to the member associations. I will be very happy if you give me statistics that you say you've been doing this advocacy for the past 24 years.
We actually work with a number of federations as well. We do. But I'm here because you are advocating against it as well.
Yes.
So you cannot ask us to work with another stakeholder without working with you. Because the truth is, your reputation is what's at stake more than theirs.
I agree.
So we have to work together.
I agree.
And it's conversations like this that makes that happen.
I agree. That I'm saying that there's nobody here who holds FIFA license that can escape. Even this year, there's a component of human trafficking. Mm-hmm. FIFA agents are here. There's a whole 40 marks on human trafficking.
Yeah. I'm aware of that.
But if you go to them, I'm coming from a particular MA. If you go into their maybe 18 clubs on the Premier Leagues, there are some Premier League, they don't even have safeguarding officers. I'm telling you.
No, I'm
so
aware.
The focus is too much on us. The focus is too much. Where the problems are the member associations. Do you know when we were doing the statistics, Europe, this never happened in Europe. If I am going to take a child from Europe, let's say Germany, to another EU country like maybe UK, from Germany to UK, there's no way, it will not happen. There's no way I can even transfer the player under the age of 18 years to UK without going through the governance process and all the existing laws. But I can do that in Africa. You know why? Because somebody who matter, the systems are not there. I'm being honest with you.
No, but you know that it's a deeper systems issue in Africa. It's not even just a football association issue. It's a deeper. If I even look at just the UK, for instance, there are certain things that would not. It doesn't matter whether you're in football or whatever. It just wouldn't happen because of the systems there. In a place like Nigeria, certain things goes not because of the football agency or the football associations want that to happen. It's what goes. Cross-border, it doesn't even have to be them. It could be anybody. So I know it's a deeper issue, and we do not just discuss with only agents. We talk to different stakeholders, but the UN, Interpol, we speak to everyone. You're just part of the stakeholders we have to have that conversation with. But I am so enlightened by all the information I got here today. So thank you so much for putting that.
Thank you, madam. Wait. I just want to support the point my brother is trying to make. In Nigeria, for you to apply for a visa for a footballer, you need a letter of introduction from the NFF. We are a licensed agent, we found it very difficult to get the letter. But the unlicensed individual, they will not go to that federation. It's just a phone call. They will get the letter. So, we need to lay more emphasis on the MAs. The problem of trafficking begins from the federation. Turkish embassy says, don't come here if you are looking for football visa unless you come with NFF introduction letter. Go to Istanbul, you will see as many as 2,000, 3,000 Nigerians roaming about the street of Istanbul. They all went there for football trial. Who gave them the introduction letter? Madam, in your next program or toolkit or presentation or whatever work you want to do at Mission 89, circle the MAs. Write the MAs in bold letters. Please. We are not the one that are trafficking players. We are not the one. I think it was this year, a player from Ghana, he was trafficked and killed during the course. I think we repatriated one last year back to Nigeria. From Kenya, no, the one from a player from Serbia or Ukraine. So, we are spending our money to bring them back home. But the FAs, because of the 50,000, 100,000 they will get to give them the letter, they will easily release the letter. Thank you, madam.
Sorry, thank you so much, Doctor. I just want to add this because of our time. Adding my voice to the one of my presidents, I would say we've actually made some proposals. I think in last meeting in AFAC 24 also at Nairobi, one of the communique we came out with was for this later an issue of visas, the MA should carry the agent along. Like the agent association at the domestic level, they should be aware. In fact, they should get a concurrent approval for any player relating to football going for a visa application, because by then you could know who is in charge of that particular deal or whatsoever. You mentioned fake agent, just like Dr. Seha said, we don't have fake agents, we have unlicensed individuals.
yeah.
So I believe we'll be using that right word. We'll be addressing them as unlicensed individuals because they can't be agents. They can't be referred as agents because they are not licensed. So we're still looking at the opportunity for us to also present, though we had the member association representative at Nairobi when we had that conference, but this is something we believe that it will go a long way in curbing this in football. If the agent is aware that XYZ player is going for a trial, he could do more search to confirm, oh, who are the people involved in it? And if you know that this is not a licensed individual, that particular trafficking could actually be halted even before it starts. So I think that's just an additional point. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Permission to step down.
Authorize. On behalf of the, thank you. On behalf of the AFA President, Dr. May Ikeora Amagbo, I would like to sincerely thank you for the powerful and insightful presentation on human trafficking in football. Thank you once again. It is now sunset time here in Praia, almost, and we are about to start our the final panel of the first day of AFAC 2026. We now turn to a key discussion on conflict resolution in African football, mediation and arbitration. We will speak about the fact that, as we all said today, African football continues to grow. Disputes related to contracts, transfers, governance, and regulation are becoming more frequent and more complex. So how to do the mediation, how to do the arbitration to ensure fair, efficient, and sustainable resolution of conflicts within the ecosystem. To speak about this, I'm going to ask you a big round of applause for Eddie Ogbemudia, agent, coming back on stage. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. And we also have two lawyers joining, Swagat Shanila Ramachandra and Payus Dubuo Q. Is Payus there? Okay, a round of applause for Payus, please. My pleasure. Can you
Okay.
Okay, the panelists are all set. We can start our final discussion of the day. So as African football, as I said, becomes more competitive and commercialized, why are we seeing an increase in conflicts within the sector? What are the main factors driving these disputes? Mr. Swagat, I feel that you want to start.
Hello? Okay. Yeah. So, just as a matter of introduction, my name is Swagat Chanila Ramachandra. I'm an associate. I work at Parmars. We're an international sports law firm based in the UK. Although I'm not African, I'm originally from India. And for me, having experienced disputes both in the African market and in the Asian market, it's quite similar, the issues that you see. You asked about why disputes arise. Primarily because of lack of knowledge and awareness among the stakeholders. So the main concept, or the main crux of any issue in sports comes down to the contract that parties enter, whether it's a player with this club or an agent with the player or a federation with the club, whatever it may be. The contracts often are not drafted in the best manner possible. Often lawyers are not consulted. And often even when lawyers are consulted in these regions like African, Asian, South American regions, you're not consulting a sports lawyer, right? So that expertise is not recognized yet in these regions. For example, if you had a problem with your faucet you'd call a plumber, right? You wouldn't call an electrician. So exactly like that, if you have a sports dispute, you should call a sports lawyer, not just any lawyer, right? That extra element of expertise that we study and that we practice, those help avoid disputes. And it's that proactive approach that helps avoid disputes. Oftentimes, stakeholders are reactive. They wait for a problem to arise, and then they'll approach the lawyer. Whereas, at least for us, and I would imagine my colleagues as well, we would preach for stakeholders to approach specialized lawyers prior to a problem occurring, which would save, of course, a lot of money. But that's one of the issues that I see quite commonly causing disputes.
Pius, I would like to have your take on this, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, I think as it relates to agents, I will say from my experience that agents are also the ones causing the disputes. Some of the agents, I will give case studies with certain countries like Egypt, Morocco, Turkey, Tunisia. You see players sign contract to this age, like, okay, let's say during negotiations, agents don't disclose to the players the full terms of the contract because they have conflict of interest. Because the agents, on the one hand, wants to represent the player. On the other hand, he wants to have a relationship with the football club. Because according to some of the agents, they call the players soldiers, and then they call the clubs barracks. So in Nigeria, we say soldier go, soldier come, but the barracks is constant. So the barracks will remain. So the players are just like soldiers who come and go. So when they do this, like, they don't represent these players to the best of their knowledge, to the best of their ability and capacity. And then when these players, I'll use for Egypt, for example, when these players have been owed, you see the agents begging the players not to take actions. They tell the players, hey, just relax, we're on it, we are sorting it out. A player is being owed 1 year, 2 years, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and there are no actions. So I think agents contribute in that regard. I'm using agents specific because they are agents here. You guys are all agents. I'm not an agent. And secondly, where agents don't, like, they give an agent a contract to give to his or her player, and the agent doesn't even go through the contract because he's been paid agent commission. I'm saying this because you all here are agents, so I have to hit hard at this particular area of dispute. Agents don't go through the contract. Oh, they tell the player, you're earning 5,000 a month, you're earning 10,000, sign here, sign there. We've done a dispute where it was stated that in the event of any dispute, the matter will go to CAS, and 3 arbitrators will be appointed exclusively. And then when there was a breach, the matter came to us, and we tried to look at the legal aid fund provisions under the CAS code. And for you to get legal aid, one of the conditions is that it must be a sole arbitrator. So those guys took care of that in the contract. But the agent, because he was hell-bent on getting his agent commission alone, I'm not saying it's bad, but not to protect the player. He just saw the player have gone through, signed the contract. So as Swagat said, aside from getting lawyers, if agents can do the first homework, like make sure that you represent your client to the best of your ability. Avoid conflict of interest, of course. I'm sure if there are 10 agents, about 7 have conflict of interest because they want to have relationship with the club. So if agents can, in all sincerity and in all fairness and in all legality, represent players, I think the amount of dispute we see would reduce a bit.
Eddie, I would like you to reply to this. Have you, as a football agent, have you been in that position, having to make a choice between soldiers and barracks?
All right. Thank you so much, Pius and Saga. Or I will say not really. I've not been in that kind of position. But I would say from experience, what I've actually given rise to dispute majorly, another aspect which my co-panelist already mentioned is on the aspect of governance. You know, when we're talking about some club breaching contracts, it's because they have this belief that, especially if it's on a domestic level, that the parties, they can't take it to any place, for example. Let's say maybe a domestic club in Cape Verde is owing a player, and because the case is national level, it had to be dealt with at the domestic level, and he knew one or two persons at the federation. Whatever the club owes that player may not be paid because he believes he has someone there that will say, oh, this your case will not see the light of the day. So we have that aspect as related to disputes. Then I believe Pius also mentioned the aspect of the agentity towards the clubs. Yeah, I will also say players also have a responsibility. Sometimes the players are most concerned with what they stand to earn. If you give a contract to a player, he will be interested in what am I going to receive as salary. They don't care, okay, when dispute arise, what happened. Some even sign a contract that maybe they just maybe default in one or two of the code of conduct rules that XYZ amount to be deducted from their wages and they don't say anything. Now, I won't say in all instances that agents always cheat towards the club. But I will agree with you that we want to keep that relationship so that in case you don't want this player tomorrow, I may have another superstar I may also bring. But in the aspect of an agent who is licensed that is failing to disclose information is already a breach of the FFAR. So if you are licensed and you have information you ought to disclose to your client and you fail to disclose it, it's already a breach. And in fact, let's say maybe the agent chamber is now operational, you can actually lose your license because of that withholding of that information. Thank you.
If I understand what you have said, the two of you, there is a question of communication, also education, and also important, trust. How those disputes can be prevented then?
If I just, let me respond before them. So long as there are agreements and contracts in law, when two parties come together, there is definitely bound to be disputes. It's bound. Even marriages, people that love each other, so lovey-dovey, one day one could just wake up, I'm no longer interested in marriage. So one thing I can tell you with the little experience I've had in football business, dispute will always arise because it might be issue of maybe a player no longer interested in honoring the contract or the club is no longer interested in the service of the player. So with that, if they can't terminate mutually, definitely dispute will arise. So long two parties are coming together, there will always be dispute in football. But the only thing we can talk about is how to minimize it, to make sure the frequency of occurrence of dispute is at the barest minimum. So whatever that ought to be taken care of during the time of negotiation and during the time of entering into those contracts, those issues could be taken care of so that, there are some issues shouldn't be a reason why a dispute should arise from a contract. So for me, I believe so long two different parties are coming together, three parties or whatever the numbers may be, dispute will always be. Thank you.
So that.
Two really important points that I completely agree with Eddie on. First is that in any relationship, especially legal relationships, there's bound to be disputes that arise. Completely agree. And second, Eddie touched upon the infrastructure and the governance when it comes to dispute resolution. So one of the main ways that you can reduce disputes or resolve them is to have the adequate and competent infrastructure around it, right? So there's three main concepts there. The first is, what is the accessibility that you have to certain forums, whether that's arbitration, mediation, local courts, whatever it is, how accessible is it to you as an individual in a dispute? Second is, what is the cost associated with that forum, whether that's legal fees, arbitration fees, court fees, whatever that might be. And the third is, what is the level of expertise that you're obtaining when you approach this forum? What is the expertise of the person that's deciding this matter? And do they have the appropriate expertise? So this is something that you don't see quite often in the African continent at a national level. So a good example is, as part of the FIFA rules in 2020, they introduced the National Dispute Resolution Recognition Principles, which says that every member association around the world has to set up their own domestic dispute resolution chamber in order to settle any national matters, whether it's agents, clubs, players, whatever, or coaches. At this point in time, 2 years have passed, and there are only 10 countries around the world that have been recognized to have established this national chamber. There's none from African continent. There's one in Asia, from Indonesia. There's two in America, North America, Mexico, and Panama, and then the rest are all European countries.
How do you explain that there is none from Africa?
Because there's an official list on the FIFA website, which shows that these member associations have made application to be recognized, and they have set up the infrastructure required based on the regulations.
And why that? There is no willing then to there is no willing to change.
Yeah. It could be a multitude of reasons. Lack of willingness. Maybe they don't feel like it's necessary. Maybe it might impede the present structure that they already have, which might be working for them, or just a lack of desire. It's hard to say, but we've already been discussing throughout the day the need for member associations to take up more responsibility and be more active in the agency scene, but it's also the same in the dispute resolution scene as well, right? So that is something that needs to be made more accessible, because at this point in time for agents, because the FIFA agents chamber is not functioning, it's been suspended because of the case in Dortmund in Germany. The only option available is to go to CAS. And although CAS is not as expensive as a traditional commercial arbitration is, it's still really expensive. It's like the saying goes, even if you have 50% off a Lamborghini, it's still a Lamborghini, it's still really expensive. You can spend upwards of 30,000, 40,000 Swiss francs at a CAS case. That's excluding your legal fees. And for a person or a player or an agent from Asia, from Africa, from South America, where the currency is significantly weaker than Swiss francs, it's just not an option that's available to you. So immediately that accessibility and the cost factors fall apart. And the only respite for this is if you had a national setup, which at this point in time doesn't exist.
Pius, Swagat just mentioned a lack of desire. Do you think that African football institutions currently provide enough clarity and structure to prevent disputes?
Absolutely no. Yeah, I think before I go in there, I want to borrow a statement from what Eddie said. To me, we cannot have zero disputes. But the biggest problem we have in the African continent, why we have disputes, is because we have there are no enforcement bodies. There are no sanctions, because one of the easiest ways to prevent a crime is when you have deterrence. So if for every breach of contract you make or you engineer, there's a proper sanction. Like, let's say under the RSTP, when you breach a contract during the protected period for a player less than 28, over 28, there are sanctions attached. When we have these sanctions being applied domestically or nationally in Africa across different MAs, I think disputes will be reduced minimally, not eliminated. It will reduce them minimally. So I think we don't have the structures in Africa. And as Mr. Shodeke said, and other agents, the MAs have to be called up. They have to be called up, because for all the disputes and lack of governance we have in Africa, the MA is about 95% contributory to the problems.
Eddie, you've been an agent for many years. Could you share with us an experience of a dispute that you managed to handle?
Okay, I have a lot. I think I will just share one that is still in CAS currently. It's about a dispute about a player that his contract was actually breached by a club in Nigeria, and he was owed about 3 months to 4 months salaries. And he actually invoked the Article 14 BIS and 17 BIS of the RSTP to terminate his contract. And he went to the arbitration, and he was issued a release letter to join any club of his choice. Then after some few months, he was able to get a contract with the club, happened to travel to one of the clubs in the HR country. Then the same club that breached his contract, that the federation issued a release against, that you have breached this player's contract, he ought to leave you because you have not paid him wages for 4 months. Went back to the federation, submitted a petition before the same arbitration committee that this player that was issued his clearance is now playing somewhere in Asia, that they want to be part of whatever earnings that the player is earning. The same federation that issued a clearance to this player wrote another decision sanctioning the player that why will he go and join a club in Asia, that the clearance that was issued to him is now withdrawn, that this same player should pay a fine of 5 million naira and also 1 million naira to the federation. And the player said, no, I won't do this. I think he reached out to me and one of my friends and said, what can we do? I said, the only option is, the decision here is you can only appeal to CAS because, number one, the Federation Arbitration Committee first do not have jurisdiction to sit over his own appeal because they don't have it. Then, secondly, you weren't given the opportunity to defend yourself. You weren't aware that there's any proceeding against you, that this case that had been settled was revisited. I took it to CAS. I think Pius guided me a lot in that. Currently, I think it was a few days ago, he was able to gather the funds to pay over 22,000 Swiss francs. If converted to Nigerian naira, it's over 45 million. We're talking about a player that was asked to pay 5 million, but he said just to get justice, he wouldn't mind spending more so that there will be an end to this trend of weak governance structure at the member association level. So that's a typical experience I have, and I believe it's a very good one to share among you, to see the kind of activity that is happening at the member association level. And somehow it seems as if nothing is happening. It's like a norm. And this is strange to legal jurisprudence, if I'm correct. Thank you.
So I get you work a lot with India. Just to give us the opportunity to compare, how effective are mediation and arbitration mechanism in India today, and what improvements you think are needed to make them more trusted and accessible in India? So then we can compare the situation between India and Africa.
To be fair, I don't think India is the country to compare with because it's not that much better, right? And I personally am not a big fan of comparison anyway because every country is unique, every legal system is unique, and speakers have spoken about today how for African problems you need African solutions. And oftentimes you will see countries copy-paste regulations from FIFA or from any other country, and it doesn't quite work in their specific jurisdiction. So for me, it requires a deep analysis as to what are the specific issues that are being faced in your jurisdiction and what are the rules and regulations needed to resolve those, rather than just copy-pasting another set of regulations. As far as mediation and arbitration are concerned, the objective behind both is to provide speedy remedy to disputes, and that lends itself perfectly to sporting matters. The quality is where we fall short, but not just in Asia and in India, but in Africa as well. At this point in time, there's only 2 countries in Africa that I know of, Kenya and Tanzania, that have set up sports arbitration tribunals nationally. I'm not sure how well the Tanzania one is functioning, but I know the Kenya one is fairly good. Please correct me if I'm wrong if there's any others. That's an initiative that needs to be replicated all around, because then you're giving stakeholders one step before going to CAS. For example, the case that Eddie was just mentioning, if there was a national sporting tribunal available, then he could have approached that before going to CAS and having to pay the thousands of Swiss francs that they ended up paying. Maybe on appeal he would have had to go anyway, but at least it gives you the option beforehand, right? That's really important. So that's to do with arbitration. And as far as mediation is concerned, the challenge with mediation is that it has to be entirely voluntary. So both parties have to be willing to sit at the table. And if you have either one that isn't, then it's just not viable at all. And the second challenge with mediation is that a decision is not binding upon the parties. Whatever agreement or compromises come to at the mediation, a party can, if they want to, choose not to comply, and then the dispute would continue. So it's not a guarantee. It might just end up being, an amount of time that you wasted, or it's delayed the matter further. Although for me personally, mediation is an effective route. It's just that parties need to be aware going into it, the challenges, which is voluntariness and non-binding effect. But if you communicate that effectively to the stakeholders and they're aware of these risks, it can be, when you have two willing parties, a way to save a lot of costs and save a lot of time. And in many countries, you have very good mediation centers. In London, we have the LIAC. In Bangalore, in India, we have a bunch of them. In Kenya as well, you have arbitration and mediation centers. And those are sat by judges and people with qualifications. Again, it's not the perfect solution, but at this point in time, with the FIFA's agent department not functioning, lawyers have to be creative in what solutions they can propose to clients that they can approach, and these are the ones that are available right now.
I think what is also interesting is to see what collaboration can work. As Eddie was talking to us about the case he got, and then Pius, you went to see Pius, and Pius was able to help you. So it means that there is a collaboration, a relationship that needs to work between the agent and a legal expert, for example, to make sure that the conflict could be solved. Pius, do you have anything to add about that specific story, or any other example you would like to share with us?
Well, I think I don't have so much to add. I think, but you mentioned a very key word there, which is collaboration. I have always maintained I'm a lawyer, not an agent. And when I meet players, I always tell them you need an agent. And without disrespect to the agents here, I tell players, because of I have a principle of barrack and player rule, you need a lawyer. Because there are times where an agent might not be working in your best interest. So you need a lawyer to go through whatever documents the agent is giving you. But as there are some agents that will tell their players, you don't need a lawyer, because they don't want somebody to come and not necessarily percentage. Percentage is fair for them to expose their shady dealings. Because as Mr. Eddie said, unlicensed individuals, but we have licensed agents who are also doing shady deals. Yeah, so but I think collaboration will go a long way to help both the agents and the lawyers, because only few agents like Eddie is more experienced than some lawyers. Eddie is very experienced with the regulatory provisions, procedures, and stuff. But that aside, there are still days where you need a lawyer to go through stuff. So I think we should have a symbiotic relationship. Yeah, a symbiotic relationship that we vet what you have to do, so that in the future, in fact, let me give an example. There's an agent from Costa Rica. I don't know who advised him, but he had a contract with a player from Costa Rica who plays in Turkey. And then the player reached out to me and told me, I want you to terminate my agency agreement. I was like, why? He was like, no reason, I don't want to work with him anymore. I was like, is there any infringement? Is there any breach? He said, no, I just want you to terminate. I told him, morally, I don't see any moral grounds to terminate. Then I looked at the contract. There was no breach, but I saw a clause that says, in the event of dispute, the FIFA agent chambers exclusively will have jurisdiction. I said, oh, wow. There's no agent chamber, so I terminated. So where would you go to? So I believe if the lawyer had gone through that contract, he would have pointed out like, this is not protective for you. So I think these are places where collaboration can work in the favor of the agent, to help the agent himself, and in favor of the agent to help the client he or she is representing.
And after speaking about collaboration, I would like us to go back on education. How can we better educate stakeholders, especially young players, also agents and clubs, on their rights and responsibilities to reduce conflicts?
There are a lot of resources available for education of players, just like Dr. Sehar shared with us earlier on, talking about educating parents and the rest. So they are also very much available. Just that there's a saying that if you want to hide knowledge from my fellow Africans should put it in the book. Just as some persons, they fail in research and study. I think that's where the major problem is. If not, FIFA websites contain a lot of information you could share. Then on the aspect of agents and even players, in fact, the FFARO states exclusively that before a rep agreement will be concluded with an individual, it's mandatory that an agent will inform the player or the coach to seek legal advice, and it's either for him or her to take that decision or opt not to take it because he believes or trusts his agent. So I would say resources are valuable. Then for the agents, I believe you've heard us mentioning CPD. CPD is a continual professional development, so it's a kind of a training module that an agent that is licensed by FIFA ought to go through annually. So I believe that resources is rich enough as relates to managing the affairs of players. Then on the aspect of players, fine. Sometimes they believe that their main focus is what the activities that happen on the pitch. But I can tell you some have actually taken the bull by the horn now. Some are developing themselves. Aside from the football, some of them are also maybe joining academics with their professional football. There are some of them having degrees even before they retire. They already have degrees, they have masters as footballers. So for now, with the current age of digital age, when you could maybe attend some of your classes at the comfort of your home and the rest, the resources are available just for them to have the willingness to access it. I think with that, everyone will be educated. Thank you.
On the point of collaboration, like our industry, the sports industry is a bubble. Everyone knows everyone needs everyone. Agents need players, players need agents, lawyers need each other. Same with, so everyone bounces off each other. And that's why, that's how you create a healthy environment. And in terms of education and awareness, I would implore every person, whether they're a player or an agent or a member association, to take charge of your own career and your future and build a network of trusted people around you. Have a trusted agent, have a trusted lawyer, have a trusted accountant, build a trusted client base. Whatever it takes time and it takes effort to build, but it's something that you need to do. As an agent, you might feel like you know it all already, you don't need a lawyer. And that might be true, but it doesn't hurt to double check. You know, a lawyer can look at your representation document in a matter of half an hour, 1 hour. Sometimes most lawyers would do that for free, to be honest. So it's not something that you need to pay for a lot of the times. And it doesn't hurt to check, right? So build that trust, build that rapport with people, have that circle around you that you can trust, and that will, and inadvertently you will be educated on what you need to be educated about, because you cannot be an expert on everything. One person can't know everything. That's why we have specialized individuals in each field, right? That's the reason why everyone studies different fields. So if you have that, that network around you, it will help avoid any kind of mistakes going forward.
Swagat, I don't believe that it's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's really complicated, especially at the times we have already said that African football becomes really important and needs to be more professionals. I think that it's very difficult to trust. What would be the 3 points, the 3 advices that you could give to an agent to choose the best team?
Okay. Well, I never said it was easy. I know it's difficult, but you should do it still. Just because something's hard doesn't mean you don't try or you don't do it, right? That's the part of effort. That's part of being a professional, right? In terms of advice for an agent, when you're looking for a lawyer, look for references, look for a body of work that they have behind them, look for the credentials. Same like a player would see if an agent is FIFA licensed or not. You can check a lawyer's history, where they studied, what accreditations they have, where they're working. That's the kind of research you do. We live in an information era. At your touch of a fingertip, you can ask ChatGPT or you can ask Google to do a body of research for you. That doesn't mean you trust it blindly, but you have that information available. So I would say uh, go by experience, go by trial and error. Maybe give small pieces of work to begin with to build that trust organically. Speak to someone over a longer period of time. Obtain references. These are all things that can help. And don't dive headfirst with the first person that you see, right? The first lawyer that contacts you, don't just give them all of your work, all of your clients, all of your contracts to check. Test them a little bit first, have them check 1-2 contracts, see if they pick up anything that they should be picking up, and then you can go from there, right? It's all about building that trust over time. And even we do that as lawyers when we're working with other lawyers or when we're working with other clients.
Pius, have you already been in a situation where you decided that you couldn't work on that, you were not helpful, that you prefer to say, okay, I'm going to pass on it?
Sorry, can you come again?
Like, have you already been in a situation with a client in conflict with a player, for example, and said, okay, no, it's not for me, I have to pass, I cannot work on that?
Well, to be honest, yes, I have. I represent mostly players. So I've been in a situation where I have a particular agency who I represent, and then the player had a contractual issue with his club, and the agency represents the player, and the agency does not want the player to fight the claim. But I felt that this player, in all sincerity, had the legal grounds to go for the claim. But because of my relationship with the agency, which I was not willing to lose, and I was not willing to offend the player or do a hazard job, so I had to, because I felt the player should be represented, I had to tell the player, talk to another lawyer, and I had to talk to this. I knew a lawyer, I was like, talk to XYZ lawyer. He or she will be able to handle this for you. Not that I cannot do that, but I cannot do that because of my relationship with an agency. So I had to recuse myself. Though in most cases, some lawyers would do that same job. Then maybe, let's say I do a job with my name, because Eddie is my friend or Swaggart. I'll tell them, here, I'm doing this job, but I'm going to sign the document with your name. For me, I feel like that is highly unprofessional. You should recuse yourself totally from the dispute or the case. So I have it in that instance, and what I always do is to back off.
Okay, interesting. Looking forward, what key reforms or innovations are needed to build a more transparent and stable football ecosystem in Africa? Eddie.
I think this is surrounding the discussion we'll be having for the past few minutes. The governance structure cannot be exempted. We're talking about the issue of enforcement of decisions, and all this, if they're in place, I tell you the ecosystem will be better, because a player entering into a contract will have the assurance that in case the contract is breached, he has somewhere you have to go to and get justice. And also a club entering into a contract, because sometimes we always talk about the player contract being breached. There are instances where players also breach clubs' contracts. I was sharing with Pius not too long ago about a case about a player that I really don't have the full detail, but the information that he had a contract with a club, he abandoned the contract and go and sign with another club. So on that case now, is the player that is now breaching the contract. So we want a situation whereby all the parties are protected and there is a guarantee process for disputes to be resolved amicably without necessarily spending too much. Because I can tell you, when issue of dispute arise, one of the things that actually slow the damaged person is the resources to fight that dispute. If I know, Michael offended me, and for me to take him to the arbitration, I ought to spend some numbers of dollars. I said, okay, let me just let go. And a lot of people are letting go like that. So, but there is governance structure, there is an assurance that, when dispute arises, this is a process, and it's guaranteed. I think it will help the African ecosystem. Thank you.
Same question.
Sorry,
you can let it go, or you can go to mediation.
Mediation, fine, as mentioned by Swagash. Mediation, to some extent, both parties have to agree. But the problem is sometimes maybe there will always be an offer Like I think I was having a deal. I think I also discussed that with you about a player that I represented before FIFA. His contract was actually unlawfully terminated by a Tanzanian club, and we actually opted for mediation. But you know, the club just made an offer as if we're pleading for it. So I spoke with my client, said, "This is what the club is." So he said, "No, no, no, let's take it full truth." And we got a decision that FIFA awarded the full compensation that was supposed to be due. So me, I believe in mediation if the both parties could actually agree to it, because that's the main thing. Because whatever it is, a lawyer, an agent, whatever the interest may be, when you are going for arbitration relating to mediation, it's not really about your interest, it's what your client wants. If your client say, "Oh, let's go," fine. If your client say no, you have to follow that instruction, because you are working based on the power of attorney that will be given to you, and you must fight for the interests of your client. And just adding to what Payo said earlier, you know, he was saying that the agents are always saying they want to satisfy the barrack. I think the example he mentioned, that he also satisfied the barracks, just like the way the agent also satisfied the barrack. No, no. So he also satisfied the barrack and let the soldier go. So that's just one aspect. But I believe with time, with all these kind of conferences and all this information, and the beautiful thing is that we are being watched all over the world. So when other people are having all these issues, say some persons have spoken about this before, what have you done about it? So it's a very good thing, and we'll keep on talking until they listen to us. Thank you.
So we get over to you.
Yeah, for me, one of the best things that you can do to improve transparency and an ecosystem is to do what we're doing today and tomorrow and day after, is to have conferences like this where you have representatives of all stakeholders. You have people from the education sector, you have people from like Mission 89 with their human trafficking efforts. You have lawyers, you have agents, you have players, you have people from federations, the International Federation. I think that opens dialogue between people, allows people to ask questions, raise points, raise suggestions, which you maybe wouldn't get to do over email or by LinkedIn or whatever it is. It doesn't have the same impact. So for me, conferences like this, where you can open dialogue, open communication, have that educational element to it, is one of the best things you can do to improve an ecosystem.
Payus, anything to add?
Well, I always circle back on the member associations. I don't know. I always circle back on them. Yeah, because I think they are the root cause of all the problems we have in football. So I always circle back on them. And I'll give an example. When you want to create a TMS account as a grassroots club or a professional club, FIFA will ask before they create the account, can you confirm that the TMS manager has been given proper education and training? And the member association will click yes. And then they open the FIFA TMS account. And after 1 week, the person calls you on phone and tells you what is counter instruction. They are transferring my player. I cannot find it on my dashboard. But it is done on the dashboard. You can see release permanently or release on loan or release for free. So I think the member associations, I wish Mr. Shodeke, you bring them next time. I think they are the biggest problems we have in football development. So, and if we can sanitize the member associations, if FIFA can zero down on them, the way they zero down on agents, if you don't pay in 60 days, they withdraw your license. If they can zero down on the member associations, I think we'll have a saner football ecosystem.
Very, very interesting. Now, I would like to open the floor to questions or comments. Anyone? Yes? President? I think it's my phone from Ghana. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the high table. Thank you very much for your various experiences, and I've learned so much from you. But sometimes even the footballers or the players, they don't know what they want. So in that case, what do? Because sometimes you see that the decisions they themselves want you to take as a professional lawyer or as a professional agent, you can tell that where he is going, it may end up with him. So sometimes we are divided in between. The player says that I want to sleep here, So even if I know that there's a hole here, because he says he's my player, do I have to allow him to sleep here? And also sometimes to the issue you raised about the lawyer, maybe you don't want to conflicted. You don't want to be conflicted, so you allow certain decisions to go. For example, now in the FIFA regulations, you need independent advice if you are entering into agency with your FIFA, your agents. You need that independent advice. Some of them will say, "I'm not interested. Just let's go." But it's a legal requirement. And if you insist on such an issue, he may get another agent who will go with it, and you lose business. You want to do the right thing, but he says, "I'm not interested." So in these circumstances, how do we balance the existence of the player's interest and also professional advice? Thank you. Mind you, we are in a very competitive business. If you don't do A, another person will do B, and he will leave and go to another player. So these are some of the practical challenges. I want advice. Thank you.
You would like to...
So I will always state my position here, not from a moral standpoint, but it's about what is right. I have a player who's going to Dortmund this summer, and as you said, he wanted me to go a certain path, which I know is not what I stand for. Mind you, Borussia Dortmund, that is the biggest client of my life, of my career. But he wanted me to take a path which I would not take. I told him 3 weeks ago, I don't want to work with you anymore. So if you cannot do what is right, so it now depends on your moral compass. Yeah, and then is it legal? Because there are two tests here. Because it's a competitive market. So of course, if it is legal and your moral compass says no, don't do this. So it depends on your moral compass and what is legal. So for me, I look at legality and moral compass. The both must always come in because of my faith. So yeah, I had to let the client go because he wanted me to do what I cannot do. Or he was leading me on a path I felt was undignifying of a legal practitioner.
From my perspective, your job as a lawyer is to provide legal guidance and professional guidance to the client based on their circumstances. Now, if they instruct you to do something, then of course you have to respect that. But there are ways to still respect their instruction and get the most you can possibly for them. And if that isn't enough, or if they're asking you to cross a certain line or going expressly against your guidance, then again, the ball is in your court as a legal profession to either recuse yourself or choose to cross that line, which personally I would not do. I would recuse myself in that circumstance. And of course, it is a competitive business. But at the end of the day, I mentioned that this industry is a bubble. Everyone knows everyone. Your reputation is worth the highest, right? Once you cross that line and your reputation is tainted, everybody knows, and that will cost you more in the long term, right? So you do your job in providing guidance and satisfying the client's instruction to the best extent possible, and anything beyond that is just out of your control, in my opinion.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joel Toh from Liberia, former professional player and a football agent, FIFA lesson agent. Just to buttress what my senior brother said, I used to play in Hungary, in Budapest, and I think it's an obligation for the lawyers and we, the agents, to, like you said initially, to educate our clients. Because one point in time, my contract was terminated, and I had a lawyer, but he was in London. So then I was going to Paris. So the club told me, they called me back, say, hey, can you take this conflict from the court or whatever? We'll get you some money, and when you come back, we'll send you to Austria. There's Austria Vienna, they need a forward. So I was like, well, me having the knowledge, I was naive. I just went and signed a paper and then took the contract. So I came back from Paris. They allowed me to train with the U19s for 3 days because they told me as soon as you come, you go to Austria. When I came back, they told me, oh, Austria got a new striker and they can't do this, do that. I called a lawyer, he said, oh, but you shot yourself in the leg. So, I mean, like what he said, that it's always our responsibility to let our client know. Probably they might just want something, but that thing is not good for them. You understand? So you don't have to get tired with the client and say, hey, look, this is my area. You're going to kick the ball. You're going to play the soccer, but I represent you in this area. Because if I have known by now, I wouldn't have allowed that to happen. So that's my experience. Yeah, well.
Thank you. Congratulations for excellent presentation, my dear colleagues. My question is simple. How about the enforcement of the decision, of the award decision? Where do you enforce the decision? It's a quick question. Thank you.
Well, that's a great
So,
question.
in what tribunal do you enforce the decision?
Okay, that's a good question. From an international perspective, FIFA judicial bodies are not recognized as judicial bodies among national courts around the world. So if you have a decision from FIFA and you haven't been able to enforce it within the FIFA ecosystem, then you cannot take that to your local court and say, here's my decision, can you please enforce it against the club or against the player or against the agent, whoever it is, because it's not recognized as a judicial or quasi-judicial body. CAS, on the other hand, has recognition from the New York Convention, so there's about 180 countries around the world that have signed in to that convention. They will recognize CAS awards. So that's something where you can take your CAS award to a local national court and say, can you please enforce this through your regulations? So there's internationally speaking, there's that challenge when it comes to FIFA, and we see it quite often as far as enforceability is concerned.
I will just add a little to what Flaga just mentioned, also sharing a personal experience. I represented a female player before FIFA. It's against a club in Ivory Coast, and FIFA tribunal gave a decision, and they ordered the club to pay some certain amount to the player, giving them 45 days window, which elapsed, and the club failed to pay the female player. So have to report the same case back to the FIFA disciplinary committee, which gave the club an additional 30 days and also informed them that if the payment is not made, there will be a penalty of deduction of 6 points. And if after the deduction of 6 points, the club will be relegated to the lower division. Now I'm talking about enforcement. Like for the international cases, FIFA have actually put in procedures for enforcement. Like the case I'm sharing with you now, sometime last week, the Côte d'Ivoire Female League ended, and the Federation, the Football International of Côte d'Ivoire, FIF also, they wrote to us that 6 points have been deducted from the club for refusal to pay or to obey that decision of FIFA. And as I was here in this meeting, I wrote again because they wrote that letter a week ago. I said after the 6 point deduction, the club has still failed to pay. Please relegate them to the lower league. With this kind of enforcement process in place, I believe a club that really wants to say participate in professional football want to clear his debt so that at least those sanctions of deduction of points and also issue relating to relegating them to the lower league will not arise. So for FIFA, there are good enforcement process in place, but just as Swaga said, maybe after all this process, assuming my client is still not paid, definitely I'll take it to the ECOWAS court that this club in Côte d'Ivoire is owing a player and they have refused to pay, and these are the processes they have gone through, and still, I just hope it doesn't get to that. Maybe I will look for a lawyer that will go and represent me by then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Not a question, but just to chip in a point. I have a female player in Egypt. She's playing for a second division team. Their first 3 games, they won. The following 2 games, they lost woefully. Then the team now said they are going to pay half salary for that month. They paid others. She called me. I said, don't take it. A month passed. They are calling her, come and take your salary. She asked them, is it full or half? They say, half. I said, don't take it. My agent said I shouldn't take it. After 2 months, I told her, tell your TM or your coach that next month you are going to terminate your contract. She told the coach. The coach discussed with the management. They now ask her, who is your agent? He mentioned my name. They don't know me, but maybe they use Google. The following week, they call her, come, take your full salary. Don't tell anybody in the club. Don't tell the other players. That is the power of working with an agent. If CAF or FIFA or member MAs allow the clubs, all the clubs and the players to work with agents, Pius and Co will be begging to work with us. Yeah. Yes, they will want to help us check the contracts. Okay, the contract is okay, your player can sign. But it's because the MAs, CAF, and FIFA neglect agents. That's why Pius, Swagger, that's why they are dancing to bank every day. Thank you.
Thanks, President, for your contribution. It's now the end of the third and last panel discussion of the day about So I was telling you that it's the third and last panel discussion of the day about conflict resolution in African football, mediation and arbitration. A big round of applause for our speakers, Edi Ogbe Mudia, Swagat, a big round of applause, Swagat Shanila Ramachambra, and Pius Nudo Bugoni. It's been a long day, very rich with very rich presentations, very rich discussions. And we will carry on tomorrow for the second day of the fourth edition of AFAC here in Praia. Thank you to Maria Tavares for organizing everything and inviting us here. And thank you to our president of the AFA, Mr. Suduki. We meet tonight for the gala dinner. Oh, Maria will speak about that, okay. So for the rest of the program that we couldn't do today, we're going to put everything for tomorrow. It's not going to be so long day as today, but it's going to be very passionate. So get ready for tomorrow. Thank you.